Все, работает. Так. Я что-то там того. Женщина в вентиляции, я так понимаю, да? Гриффит Плея. Он просто прифотошопил мое лицо средней паршивости. И написал, что я казуал. Это, конечно, приятно, спасибо, но обидно пиздец. Я запрещаю всем называть меня казуалом, пока не пройдет Селесту на платину. Спасибо, но обидно. Ой, кадры. Нет, не фотошоп средний. Фотошоп у тебя отлично сложился. Мое лицо средней паршивости. Ты не подумай. Привет, милый человек. А я предупреждала в диске, и вчера тоже вечером предупреждала, что у меня сегодня дела были, и я задержалась. По пятницам и субботам я могу задерживаться.
Why, hello, love. Isn't the turnout amazing? I wasn't sure anyone would show up.
We pull together when we have to.
I feel so bad for the humans. If you need a place to stay or anything, you just let me know.
I have a place to stay now, but thanks.
So you had nothing before that?
Почему смешивание? Что это за слово?
The humans are so resilient. Like that phrase of theirs.
Ну, в оригинале я имею
stiff one
в
in
виду
the
было
lips.
смешивание.
Upper lip.
Right, of course. What did I say?
Возможно. То есть...
For a good cause. For every 1,000 years, that's a roof over the head of some poor human, or Borcha or whatever.
I'm all for that, but if I'm not trying to win, where's the challenge?
In taking the house, dear. Like I always say. Each must try to gain as much as she can, then give as much as she can.
Upstairs. Whenever you're ready.
Угу. Я вообще просто хочу подоебываться до людей. Не часто выдается возможность побывать в высшем обществе. Правила игры. Ой, квазар идет нахуй.
No, seriously. Have you ever tried to chase an ambulance? In a sky car, it's about the most dangerous thing you can do. I'll call you back. Potential client here.
Enjoying the party?
Like adrenaline in my heart. They're gonna have a fire breather on the bar later and shoot fireworks above the ward.
Would fireworks even burn in a vacuum?
It worked at New Year's. Whatever they did, it looked freaking nuclear.
Мне высшее общество проход заказан.
Evening, officer.
Без контроля не пройду.
I heard your advice is so good at psychic. So what's gonna happen to me?
Это... О, Шаира тут.
Disappointment.
Oh. Hey.
Still upstairs.
Так мы не Ирл встречаемся в Дискорде.
Commander Shepard.
Shaira. It's been a long time.
Привет, Молтер Комбат.
Time is different than yours, Commander.
What can I say? I put a lot of living into the last few years.
Indeed.
Do you have any advice for me this time?
When?
Спасибо за совет. Рулетка? Привет, Энергомама. После Mass Effect будет Mass Effect Andromeda, а после нет. Я не строю планов, пока играю в какую-нибудь серию. Привет, Коктейлс. Подсказка из чата, в смысле? Я ставлю на красное 11:20 и сюда 6 красная. Ну, хотя бы одна ставка выиграла, да? Ей, проебали больше, чем надо. Или тут не такие... Я правила просто забила болт на них. 14, 11, 20. Черная. Подкручено. Все? Как выйти отсюда, блин? Можно наряд еще ставить? Леха, выпусти меня из рулетки. Может, 3 раза счастливое число? Шаву поздравляю. Блин, вы такие молодцы. Блин, как выйти из рулетки? ПКМ? Escape? Не пробел? А что тогда? Какие кнопки есть? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Enter. F. Спасибо. Идите нахуй со своей рулеткой.
Just waiting,
Да, блядь, иду, все.
casually.
Благотворительный номер. Кто-то стоял, где?
Commander? I'm upstairs.
Evening, officer.
Round and round she goes.
I love roulette. Every minute is more exciting than the next.
Should I point out the flaw in that statement?
Oh, are you like one of those detail people? Come on, even diamonds have flaws, but that doesn't make them less valuable.
Miss, where exactly were you educated?
Мяу-киборд Катушкин,
You can take
привет.
these courses, and it teaches you responsibility because you do the grading.
Да прости, я просто делала всякую хуйню, которую не надо было делать. И когда начала, ты уже это, Баюн, пошел.
Interesting. You're not mingling and you're not betting. What's your game?
The name's Roland Quarn. The game, Commander Shepard, is hearts and minds.
Care to elaborate?
Most people in this casino are here for a good cause. Others are just here to be seen. Phonies, if you will. They have money they won't miss. Others, who are not myself, need it. So, the honorable thing to do is part them from this money.
So you're a con man.
Con men leave their marks angry. Con artists leave them smiling.
Я искренне верила, что вот этот DLC с Цитаделя будет представлять из себя, ну, не знаю, не прощание, возможно, с героями, но хотя бы какую-нибудь вечеринку перед концом, и мне не придется, блин, стрелять слишком много. Я вообще думала, что без стрельбы обойдется. А тут меня выпустили, блядь, с одним ебаным пистолетом с глушителем на 36 патронов. У меня чуть жопа не отвалилась. Привет, Энжойме.
I see the
Upstairs.
security gate.
Whenever
Okay,
you're
that's
ready.
great.
But we gotta wait on that until I reach the end of the duct.
Evening, officer.
Sir. The thing about Solarian parties is, they all do it too well.
I don't follow.
My lab group on Sirkesh, all Solarians but me, and all with damn near perfect memories.
Oh, that could get awkward.
Exactly. It was all about who burnt the cake 6 months ago, or arguments that two people continue when they meet up once a year.
So they never let anything go.
Yeah, it was constant one-upmanship. I couldn't keep pace with them if I wanted to.
Evening, officer.
Sir.
Смотри, туда мне не положено, да? А тут хуй на меня смотрит. Привет, кума. Привет,
Still
кума.
upstairs.
А то подумаешь, что я это недовольная. Я просто это загруженная чуть-чуть сегодня.
No, I'm not running for Citadel Council. I'm running for Zakera Ward City Council.
Привет, Дюксель. Но сегодня не был не совсем перерыв на запоздание. Лестницу нашла. Я с ними говорила? Так, этот страж? Да, с юристом говорила. Привет, зверь. Что выбила? Так я говорила, ДНД у нас сегодня нулевая сессия была.
Drinks are complimentary tonight, sir.
Ура!
What are you having?
Nothing too crazy. I want to be able to walk a straight line.
Cassian Temple coming up.
Are Asari drinks usually mild?
Недоволен? Нет, я просто нервничаю
Mr. Khan
всегда.
just put out some gelatin shots earlier. Also, sorry. They kick like a shotgun.
Just waiting.
Да.
Casually.
You know, I respect the first guy who looked up at Saturn and said, that thing up there, it isn't a star. But you gotta love the guy who said, that thing up there, that's gonna be my gas station.
Commander, I'm upstairs.
Когда вы не играете, а просто типа знакомитесь и вам рассказывают, ну, грубо говоря, вводят в курс дела.
Enjoying the party?
Young people party. I drink. Tonight it's Rincall on the rocks.
That stuff can put you down for the count.
I just lost a staggering amount of income. This puts things in perspective.
Need a few credits
Я
for
бы
a ride
сказала,
home
что
or
это
anything?
правда, если бы там были все как я, но нет. Нулевая там только
You
я.
know about all those Helium-3 facilities that are getting wiped out?
Это оскорбит
I've
других
flown by
людей.
a few.
Well, to put it in layman's terms, most of those facilities were mine.
Но, ребята, сомневаюсь. Во что? Так меня только недавно всандалили в Pathfinder, у нас там много задержек было. Я не помню, мы 3 игры, по-моему, в Pathfinder сыграли, и вот меня на новую ДНД позвали. Вот, так что толком ничего нет. Да, привет, Десклуфоп.
Okay, right. Just like we thought. There's an alarm on the grate.
We'll have to bypass it.
Use this. It's a resonance emitter lens. It should let you see security grids and wiring.
Good. I'll follow the wiring to a junction box, splice it, and disable the alarm.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Это вроде без просьб понятно.
Good. Follow the blue wiring.
По какому
In case it
именно?
needs to be said, don't try to bypass a camera while you're being watched.
I see a junction in the wall, but there's a camera watching it.
Shepard, I'm sending a hack to your Omni tool. It will fool the camera, but it'll self-delete after a few seconds.
Got it.
Ну, я вроде не трогаю. Привет, Усыч. Так, да, это наша девочка. Охранная решетка.
The splice is in.
Good. I've got the grate open, and in we go. Act casual. This could take a while.
Общаться. А вот опять я доебусь до мужика.
I don't think I introduced myself.
Eldfell Ashland
Jonah
Energy.
of Eldfell Ashland Energy?
Shepard. Pretty fancy night out for someone worried about his financial future.
It was my daughter Aisha's idea. She's got a good heart, though she's going through a little self-absorbed stage.
We've met.
Ah, then maybe I should pass the ring call over to you.
Какой челик именно? Ну, получше, чем Шепард. Или вон тот. Чё, я отлично смешиваюсь.
What?
There's a guard right below me.
Don't panic. I'll get his attention.
Подо мной охранник, который? Вот этот вот?
Evening, officer.
Sir.
А, маркер есть, понял.
Excuse me. I think I saw someone doing drugs in the men's
Это
room.
был я.
I see. Were you able to identify the substance used?
Red sand.
Dispatch, we've got a sand tripper in the bathrooms.
Have they tried to compromise the games biotically?
Unknown at this time. Moving to confront. Send backup. We're taking care of it, sir. Appreciate the help. You have a good night now.
You're clear, Brooks.
Thanks, Commander. I'll see if I can get to the panic room.
And I'll get back to blending in. Slow and steady. We'll get to Khan.
So, to sum up, tomorrow starts with the Help a Dream Foundation, then it's blood drive, refugee camp, and hospital tour.
Sounds like you turned pro.
I try.
Ms. Rios believes we have an obligation to the less fortunate.
Of course. So how are you liking the party so far?
There's a party?
Блин, когда она снова подаст звук?
Attention, bets are locked. Attention, all bets are locked. Good luck, ladies and gentlemen.
Понял.
Come on, Tiger Bite. Bring it home.
You got a lot riding on him?
Bring it
My boy.
on!
Picked him up at a shelter. Whoever let him go had no eye for racers. He can outrun anything he can't outfight, and outfight anything he can't outrun.
What are the odds on?
Enough to pay for my kids' tuition.
Блин,
So
я...
push my tour of the camp from 1 o'clock to 3. Move from 3 to 5.
Привет, Кирилл.
Find 10 minutes to eat something.
Rios. I feel like I should know that name.
I did a little acting. Then in the 70s during the Blitz, I was named Goodwill Ambassador for Refugees.
So I guess this kind of thing doesn't really impress you?
Me? No. For the people who can get clothes because you bought a ticket? Much different story.
Really?
Talk to me, Brooks.
I've got a pressure pad and an obstruction detector ahead. I can't disable them from here.
Okay. Edie, I need a tech solution. Brooks, stay put. We'll find some junctions and take down the sensors.
Okay.
Отключить.
Follow the red wiring.
I'm at
I
a
can
junction.
distract him.
There's a
Tell me
camera and a
when.
guard.
I'll just be here. Try not to cough.
I saw a pickpocket working the crowd upstairs.
Just a second, ma'am. I'll contact the surveillance desk. You can point him out to me. You have a good night now.
Brooks, try it now.
Checking the pressure pad. No alarms. Looks good.
Follow the red wiring.
Ну, смотри, желтый еще какой-то кабель есть. Сейчас куда-нибудь не туда я приду. Очень много красных. Ба.
There's a junction by the roulette wheels, but it's in plain view of two guards.
But you can do something, right? Because my legs are maybe sort of starting to fall asleep a little.
Hang in there. We've got this.
I bring greetings from the consort Shaira. She instructed me to schedule a session with you, free of charge.
That's very...
I'm at the storage room, great. Time to hit the
Блин,
walk.
там наблюдение было.
Be careful, Brooks. Brooks?
Oh, son of a- Hey, Commander.
What? What happened?
Infrared laser hooked up to a silent alarm. I didn't get it in time.
Shepard, I'll call the responding guard to say it was a false alarm, but you must install him before he reaches Brooks.
О, no. Здрасте, у нас тут это...
Hey! Just calm down. I'm trying to do 3 different things here.
Педжу Шанш.
Barrels?
Sir, we checked out the alarm in storage. It's nothing. Minor accident.
Find out who tripped it and get them in my office by end of shift. Now you. What'd you need?
I'm sorry, are you with security? I thought you were a friend of mine. You've got the same suit.
You. Enjoy your evening.
You're clear.
Stupid Shepard.
Thanks, Commander. I'll see if I can get to the panic room.
Тут вроде как не обязательно общаться, когда можно просто ходить и находить определенную точку, где... Ого, блядь, как тут все. Или надо хоть с кем-то поболтать?
You, tough guy? Perfect. I need an opinion on something from a B-lister or below. Houses with retractable roofs. Still in or too common?
Your house has a retractable roof?
Only the one on the Citadel. I gotta take care of it since the one on Earth got all Reaper-fied.
Instead of remodeling, maybe you could invite a few refugees to come stay.
Oh, I am totally on that. But finding the right one is hard, you know? So many of them don't have agents.
Ну ты мразь. Нет, женщина. Сора, не ты. Женщина NPC. А отсюда же вниз сползла. Как она наверх залезет? Сора, ты женщина? Да что им надо от меня?
So you don't miss Sarkesh at all?
Not the humidity and not the lack of privacy. But the science was like nowhere else.
What did you work on?
What didn't we? Food scanners for the paranoid, chemical bonders, self-cleaning mating pools.
Learned a lot, huh?
For the mating pools, way more than I wanted to know.
Мне просто показалось, что сколько ни говори, нужно прийти в определенную точку.
Okay, so now I think you just need to get to me. I'm on the other side of the security gate.
Right. Have you bypassed the camera back there?
Well, I got my side. Yours is still on, though. We need to finish this before someone comes by.
Hang tight. I'll get to you.
Follow the yellow.
Can't get the security gate to open from here. The junction must be on your side. It might be tricky, just so you know.
Have a little faith.
Давай-ка я лучше вот по этим пойду. Или оно так не работает как раз. Только там мучиться, да, где сложно.
I can distract him. Tell me when. You look hungry. They have vat-grown swordfish in the restaurant. Shall I save you a bite?
Wouldn't turn that down. Hey, who told you I like batfish? You have a good night now.
Those cufflinks. Is that design inspired by late period Inusanan artwork? The attention to
Какая же мне
detail
пизда.
is remarkable.
I guess. They were a gift. Are they valuable? You have a good night now.
Khan, I'm not here to threaten you. We need to talk.
What the hell? I see this conversation will be strictly one-sided.
Commander, there's a deletion order on the terminal.
Damn it.
Everything's been wiped. I don't know if it was him or the killer or... When I tripped that alarm, did I screw this up? What are you looking for?
Mistakes. Thought so. Whoever it was had to do this fast. They wiped the terminal, but not the comm.
Oh, so we can take the comm back to the safe house to scan it, or...
Elijah, come crawling back.
Guess again.
You. I see you've recovered from flopping on the floor like a fish.
Это все, что ты можешь? Блять, альтабнулась к чертям, извините. Давайте запретим мистеру Монитору перехватывать инициативу. Давайте, можно так сделать? Это все, что ты можешь?
You'll need to do better than that. The last guy that trash-talked me was a few kilometers taller than you.
Brave. I thought as much, but it won't matter. You have nothing. All you can do is wait for the hammer to fall.
Что тебе нужно?
Why do this? What did I do to you?
I'm gonna take everything you have and everything you are.
Damn it. Sorry, Commander. There wasn't enough time to trace the call.
We're not finished. Pull out the data drives.
The ones that got wiped? You think we can find something?
With Edie, anything's possible. The sooner we get them to her, the sooner we can track down this threat.
Thank you, Shepard. That was fun. Well, not so much for the host.
It wasn't a total loss. Brooks, work with Edie to see if there's anything useful on those drives.
Here's hoping. I'll let you know what we find, Commander.
Так, опять до пацанов доебываться. Так, они пока заняты, да?
I am glad to see my physical proximity was not necessary to the success of the mission, Shepard.
Let's see what you find before we call it a win.
Так, нет, планшеты мы не трогаем, не надо. Никто не сидит. Все что угодно, лишь бы с Вегой не разговаривать. Подождете.
Damn, Commander. You can't even attend a party without someone ending up dead. Now, if I can just find some chow around here, you'd think a pad like this would be stopped.
I could go for some food while we wait. Too bad you shot the hell out of the best sushi place in the Citadel, huh?
I hope Brooks and Edie can find something on the drive.
Same here.
I look pretty damn good in a fancy dress, Commander. I'm gonna need an occasion to wear it.
I'll see what I can do.
A glamorous mission, but not our most successful. The next time we have a date, perhaps we should just stay in.
Не врет в проплате или про что?
Sounds like the mission ended with a hiccup. Well, I'm just glad our team made it back okay.
Гарус все стоит, кукует.
Any life or death encounters with fish aquariums this time? No? Too bad. I can hear Vega's stomach rumbling from here.
Чистый, подожди, а чистые пруды это какой-то богатый район в каком-то городе, типа Москвы или Питера?
What's the matter, Shepard? Didn't want me as your date? Too much Krogan for you to handle? A lot of people have that problem. Most of them are dead.
Хочу купаться.
Commander, instead of infiltrating the casino using a disguise, it would have been better to hold all the primitives hostage. threaten them with death, and shoot them until they give you what you want.
Отличный план.
Next time, I will gladly assist.
Привет еще раз, Марк. А я мне Саша вчера скидывал коллекцию всех... как разговаривать? Коллекцию всех встреч там. Не то? Там же все есть. Там есть все. Если ты встречаешься с напарником, если ты не встречаешься с напарником, если ты женщина-шепард, если ты мужчина-шепард, и если ты ренегат. О, про хату, понял. Да, я что-то не подумала. Ого.
Hello, Shepard.
Так, ты готова, женщина?
Commander, Edie and I have been analyzing those drives. I think we found something if you're ready.
Самое время.
Let's hear it.
Though the data's root structure was erased, the logic integrity remains viable.
Edie has an incredible talent for this stuff. I know she's an AI, but even still. We found an encrypted communication from a few days ago. Just need another minute to crack it.
A whole minute? Edie here could shave that down to 5 seconds.
I thought it best to allow Staff Analyst Brooks a chance to improve her decryption skills.
And now you've lost her chance to show off.
Like she needs it. You're the crew of the Normandy. You're legends to the rest of the Alliance.
Какого рода легенда?
Legends can be good or bad. Which are we?
You're the kind that people look up to. The kind they owe their lives to.
How come everyone's always shooting at us?
I think it's mostly you, Rex. The bigger the target, the bigger the, target.
You're saying I've gained weight?
It just means there's more of the legend to love.
And the camaraderie, the friendship. I think that's your secret weapon.
Да, у нас большая дружная семья. Привет, Рипорт. Это как это... В некоторых барах вывешивают фотографии специально людей, которые сильно там как-то налажали, и что, мол, этих мы не обслуживаем. Да ладно! Больше Рекса, как говорится. Как хорошего человека должно быть много. Я не знаю, работает ли это с Кроганами. Да я шутливо хочу их выпустить в шлюз. Ну, блин, куда деваться? Работать вместе, значит, работать вместе. Делаем все, что можем.
It's all just part of the job.
Wait. Job? You mean the rest of you are getting paid for this?
Here we go. Wow. Those mercs who were after you, they bought a lot of weapons. Like big ones.
Max, what do they need that kind of firepower for?
It appears this drone is preparing to rebel.
I have just monitored the Commander's Spectre access code in use at the Citadel archives.
Punch it up.
Бля, у Шепарда пароль был QWERTY 1, 2, 3, что ли?
Whoever's hacking your records is there right now.
What do we know about the place?
Council keeps sensitive historical information there. Real hush-hush. Even my old CSEC clearance never got me in.
Then we'll find our own way in. Gear up and let's... What's with the Volas?
Oh, pizza delivery guy. I got the munchies.
Double pepperoni.
These archives are huge. You'll have a lot of ground to cover. Shame you can't bring everyone.
Who says we can't?
Это я, Сань, принесла.
Hell yeah. But, who gets to take point with you?
Who's going to pay the bill?
Ой, Энджойми, горизонт? Что такое горизонт? Прости, пожалуйста, я что-то пропустила твое сообщение. Был, наверное, минут 5 или 8 назад. Горизонт — это который квест? Но мне сейчас по сюжету... Мне сказали ехать сейчас в DLC, потому что потом что-то типа точки невозврата будет. Прекрасный человек, замечательно. Кого? Я Лярочку или нет? Гаруса хочу. И Рекса. Понял, после... Ну ладно. Ну, в общем, вот. Мы должны там... Последнее сюжетное, что я делала, это как мы встретились с Кайлином. С Кайденом Маленко. Вот. И чё? Блядь, сейчас бы опять без пушки пошла и охуела. Ой, мой боезапас. Мотыга, хуига. Ой, я, кажется, пролистала, да? Из двух частей. Блядь. Да кто знает, вдруг они заставят меня с этим гигароботом, блин, сражаться тоже с этим пистолетом вонючим. Опять издеваться надо мной. Подожди, тут еще и моды не стоят. Почему моды не стоят? У этого хоть не отвалилось. У меня тоже все нормально. Ой.
What's the best way into the archives?
The facility is located below the wards. Maybe a direct breach for maximum surprise?
I like it. Sounds like you're learning the ropes.
Hell, hang out with us long enough and you'll learn ropes, knives, bombs, thresher maws.
But don't hang out too long. Pretty soon you'll be making friends with us, sorry.
I heard that.
Привет, жалкая букашка.
The archives are somewhere below us. It could be pretty tricky to get in there.
Not really.
Вега.
First. See you at the party, princesses.
Uh-oh.
Not this again.
Oh no!
Scatter and take cover.
Так, все, что нужно, стоит. А это люди или хуй на блюде? Вот люди. Бля, Рекс пошел.
You okay?
Upstairs! Scattering and taking cover!
Опять мои напарники разобрались. Ой. А я пробиваю сквозь? Не знаю. Я не знаю, сколько сантиметров-то стена.
That's enough! Drop your weapons, or this won't end well for her.
Стоп.
You bastard.
Ты говорил Шепард, а не таинственная фигура.
All right.
Подожди. А, понятно. Ну да.
Whatever you think you're getting away with, there's nowhere you can run, nowhere you can hide where we can't find you. Hide? Why? I'm Commander Shepard. I never hide.
Вот бы насать себе на лицо. Ой. В игре.
So that's how it's gonna be.
Who are you? You weren't the only Shepard that Cerberus brought back to life. But at least one of us will finally do something with it.
Чё? Это не какая-то типа технологичная маскировка. Бля, привет, очко. Те разодеты. Не, будь это Mortal Kombat, я надеюсь, что все женщины бы носили... Хотя, блядь, тут и так половина женщин носит одежду, как один костюм в 9-й части МК был у Милены, где она чисто, блядь, туалетной бумагой бинтами обмоталась. Столько миллиардов. Бля, взяли, накрафтили Шепардов. Шепард еблан, Шепард гига еблан, Шепард злодей, Шепард Пуся. Это я. Как это может быть?
The same DNA as you.
A clone.
Cerberus spared no expense resurrecting you. With me, I was created for spare parts, in case you needed another arm, or a heart, or a lung. Where have you been this whole time? In a coma, until I woke up 6 months ago. While you were in a jail cell on Earth, I was learning to be human. Amazing what a person can do with enough neural implants.
Меня начинает бесить голос Шепарда, хотя он такой же, как у моего Шепарда. Ой, давай не будем враждовать.
If you're really me, then we're on the same team. We're not even in the same league. Did the elusive man send you? No. He abandoned me when he had what he wanted. You.
Then why try to kill us?
Because I don't have his memories. I'd never fool my supposed friends. The ones who abandoned their duty to join the cult of Shepard. Like you, Garrus Vicarian. You're nothing more than a burnt-out cop past his prime.
And you're just a pale imitation of the real thing.
I'm the real thing perfected. I'm you without the wear and tear, Shepard. The doubts, failures. I'm the lone wolf you were always meant to be. Without the emotional baggage holding me back.
No one will ever believe you're Shepard.
They will when I'm flying his ship. This is Shepard. Initiate Normandy lockdown. Transmitting command codes now.
Привет, Ксевен
Good idea.
Цивилон.
Too bad the signal was blocked. Trainer, this is Shepard. Prep the Normandy for emergency departure. We're leaving.
Ивентик,
I'm
ага,
sending the command
привет.
codes now.
Acknowledged. We'll get underway.
Засмеять, обидеть могут только меня. Ладно, шучу, я тоже кого хочу, кого иногда... иногда тоже могу кого-нибудь обидеть. Так, мой корабль никому не забрать.
It'll be a cold day in hell before someone steals my ship.
Привет, барин Роман.
It's not stealing if I'm you. Execute them. The cult of Shepard ends
Долго, да,
today.
мне кажется, сегодня закончу. Привет, просто про, но я не уверена. Надеюсь, ссора, что не смогу. Ой. Я не говорила, что твой мем хуйня.
Still got everyone?
Подождите, пизда. Блядская жопа. Все умирают. Женщины разговаривают. У них щиты хитрые. Ай. Мне нужны шилды. Я в ахуе, честно тебе скажу. Ой, Шепард, там Рекс выебывался и пал.
You're not.
Вот как? Сильно спину ебанет. Бля, нормально. Ой. Тут такой жесткий перекрестный огонь и столько информации, что я в ахуе.
Where do you think you're going, princess?
А, да? Я хотела полутаться, пока тут гачебас творится.
We're clear. Now where'd the other you go? He's pushing into the archives. Stay in your groups. Team Mako, you're on point.
Right. What's a Mako? Something we could use right about now.
Привет, Них.
Team Hammerhead, cover the flank.
Got it. And the Mako's got nothing on the Hammerhead.
Что-нибудь осталось валяться? Наверное. Надеюсь на это. Так, патроны восполнила. Everybody dies. О, смотри, а тут Тудунь? Нет, не Тудунь. Ой.
Big place.
Shepard, what do you think your clone is looking for in here?
At this point, anything's possible.
Like waking up and finding out you have a clone?
I don't want to talk about it.
Till we've all had a stiff drink.
Затишье перед бурей.
Glyph,
Yes, Commander.
track the target. Give me updates on its location.
What is the nature of the target?
He looks like me.
Then I have found the target.
No, Glyph. It's another me. Now get going.
At once, Commander.
Но она, наверное, знает, что делает, в отличие от некоторых. Так, а я вон хотела залезть. Что тут за лабиринт говна? А прятаться где? Тут у меня очень плохое укрытие здесь. Что, они выпустили двоих пацанов? Я понимаю, что это еще не все, но тем не менее странно. Рекс! Так, а если тут побегать? Или подожди. Меня ж опустили? Ладно.
Check this out. Said this gun was part of the first contact war. Year 2157.
First time my people met yours, Shepard. Naturally, bullets were involved.
Commander, the other you is searching for something 200 meters ahead.
Got it.
Fighting your own clone. Pretty crazy, even by our standards.
Useful, though. Anything you don't want to do, Shepard, let them handle it. So, like a personal butler?
I don't want to talk about it.
Right. So let your clone do it.
Можно?
Dagger Squad, I need more time to reach the vault. Keep Shepard off my back or I'll have your head. The other soldier sounds like a real asshole.
I quit if he was my
You mess with
commander.
Shepard, you mess with me.
Который? Правый, левый, 12-й, 4-й.
Uncle Erdnot has a present for you.
We're over here, Shepard. Hit them from this side.
That had to hurt.
Опять дымовухи вонючие.
Maybe we could circle around him on the tubes.
Team Mako, moving ahead. We'll see you on the other side.
Да прости. А патроны-то заканчиваются, я так выебываюсь, как будто все хорошо. ПП не нравится. Все хорошо, все весело, ты про что? Ай! Без патронов для штурмовки не весело. Ой. Да, сейчас будет вам помощь.
On our way. Eliminate them. I need more time.
Commander, we can't hold them off much longer. Commander, please.
Да, блядь!
We could really use some help.
Привет, батяра!
We can't hold them off much longer.
Ой, а чё все полегли? А, оказывается, не брала. Я. Алло. Сударь, присядьте.
Go! I'll cover you. Move! Now they're just fighting dirty. This is Shepard. We need...
Охуеть.
That's why I love hanging out with you guys. Why shoot something once when you can shoot it 46 more times?
The other me can't be far. Keep up the pressure and we'll try to surround him. Let's move.
Ой, кадры спиздили.
Year 2157 CE. First contact war. Turian interrogation. Vault T-91.
Sir, we captured this human in the occupation of Shang-Chi.
A human? You're the first I've met.
And you're the first bird I've met. He was armed with this weapon, sir.
How primitive. Your kind expects to win a war with this.
A
bullet is a bullet. You have
Они его нашли на как Тяньши. Это, судя по всему, во время первого контакта. Он сказал, что пушка у него примитивная, мол, вы с этой пушкой собираетесь в войне победить, ебланы. Вам многому предстоит научиться, и после того, как мы захватим вашу землю, мы этим как раз займемся, да? Завоюем. Все, успокоились. Смотри, я залезла в мужчину. Хи-хи. Як. Птиц, да, я еще подумал, послышалось или нет, потому что для меня турианцы не похожи на птиц.
I just wonder what the other me is looking for in here.
Year 700 CE. Krogan rebellions. Attack on council. Vault.
Восстание Кроганов, нападение на Совет.
A306. This is the only visual record of Krogan Overlord Krennic's attack on the council.
Единственная запись, оставшаяся, нападение Кроганов на Совет.
Audio follows.
I've heard enough. If the Krogan hadn't taken on the Rachni, you would all be at their mercy.
Я достаточно услышал, если бы Кроганы не победили Рахни, вы бы хуй сосали.
You won't give us what we deserve, and so you force us to take it.
И типа, вы хуёво поступили, вынудили нас, типа, принять.
Never leave the planet of Lucia, no matter how much the Asari cry.
Ambassador Krennic, you only weaken your case with the show of violence.
Wrong, Solarian. Now our case is finally strong. Negotiations are over.
Переговоры закончены, пошли нахуй. Ну, короче, что-то там с планетой с их. Я не помню, что они там запретили. Короче, Кроганами воспользовались и насрали в ладоши. Вот он и недоволен. Ба! Извините, я забыл, что у меня снайпа в руках. А где? А можно задеть его? Угу. Так, патрончики пополнились.
Someone should try.
Да. Причем это вроде как один чел сразу 4 залпа гранат бросает. У меня бы в руке не поместилось 4 гранаты. Я так думаю.
Where do you think you're going, Princess?
Ой, я чуть по Гарасу опять не шмальнула. Ой. А?
I think we got them all. Or, I mean, the rest of you did.
Or the Krogan did.
Hammerhead and Mako, keep pushing ahead.
On it.
Так, там еще одна голограмма была, да? Что тут у вас?
Year 1896 CE. Removal of illegal AIs. Vault C940.
Избавляются от незаконных искусственных интеллектов?
The last of the AIs on the Citadel.
Последний ИИ над Цитадели.
Why do you continue when our appeal has not yet been heard?
Keep quiet. You know that the Council will never overturn its own edict.
Standing by for your go, sir.
Do not terminate us.
Не уничтожайте нас. За что? Совет этого не позволит, пошли нахуй. Да мы сейчас вроде на Хаммерхеде или нет? Или я не помню. Будьяк. Я помню, они спорили. О чем-то. Блин, я замерзла. Сейчас, подожди. А где? Ой, я не прилепляшка. Ой. Тудунь. Ой, я... Ну, нормально.
Year 2183 CE. Battle of the Citadel. Geth Dreadnought attack. Vault X5.
О, нападение жнеца.
You'll see that Zakera Ward is almost completely destroyed.
Interrupting. Spectre status recognized. Commander Shepard. The following information is classified.
The unknown aggressor is suspected to be a Reaper aided in its attack on the Citadel by rogue Spectre Saren. The Reaper Sovereign is destroyed by the Fifth Fleet.
Спасибо Пятому флоту за уничтожение Властелина. Забавно, что когда Шепард подошел, они изменили информацию отображаемую.
Krogan will kill shot up.
And Prothean, on the other hand, makes no such promises.
Attention, enemy drone. Please cease hostile action. I believe we can benefit from a full exchange of data. Additionally, the term floating butler does not primary function. One day, I too hope to possess combat capabilities like yourselves.
Як? Кем мы воюем-то? Там такие жуткие звуки.
Commander, I have cataloged 18 previously unknown historical events.
Where's the target, Glenn?
He is searching for a secret vault. He did not wish to be disturbed.
What?
I thought he was you.
Go find him again.
Stupid machine.
Так, я, кажется, опять официально заблудилась. А нет, нормально. Mass Effect 3. Крепкие орешки Кроганов.
On the walkway.
Team Mako here, we're on it.
Team Hammerhead here, providing more support.
800-pound Krogan here. Provided. Move.
Ой, бля.
Try to help out your friends and you end up in a mech fight. You're welcome, Team Mako.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Love watching those things explode.
Блин, а я на фуле уже. Привет, Nature. Какую машину? В ту, которая разъебала?
Commander, a large contingent of soldiers calling themselves Razor Squad
Ну,
is just
уже была миссия такая, да?
to inflict bodily harm on you. Also, I discovered an Elcor mating totem in Vault 347B. Fascinating.
А, ты про то, что в случайном столкновении? И куда бы я тут пошла в этой штуке? Ты уверен, что она работает? Да вроде, да. Я до укрытия. Ой. Red Black Space. Спасибо. Шаша, это я, да? Давай, ну-ка. Ой, вот этот мистер Пупкин получает по жопе. Потому что он снимает шилды. Donut Райк. Ёбаные коробки. Маджонка, давай ссылку сразу тебе скину и все. И потом это, если понравится, поиграешь, можно в друзья с тобой подружиться там. Привет, Сайбер Хайпер. Подружиться в маджонке, да? О, no. А чё не... Хитбокс же. А не же чуть-чуть голова торчит. О нет, меня обходят, нагло обходят. Там на самом деле вся самая... Что со мной не так сегодня, блядь? Все, что нужно запомнить, это комбинация. И что из этого в открытую, что в закрытую. Там список есть, там удобное обучение, все визуально понятно. Так что, думаю, разберешься. Ты что нарубил? Везде спасибо большое. Спасибо. Неожиданно и приятно. Я вчера тоже такая голодная была, с такой грустью смотрела на банку морской капусты, которая лежит в холодильнике, наверное, уже года полтора. И думала, готова я или нет. В итоге сожрала 4 бутерброда. Банку капусты так и не открыла. Я не понимаю, где? Вот почему я не видела. Они видят невидимых.
Hammerhead and Mako, keep pushing ahead.
Right! I might throw up a little bit now, if that's okay with everyone.
Яичница осталась, точно? Ты посмотри в настройках. Я не помню, на каком тире там меняется яичница на бургер. На 100, на 500 или на 1000. Если на 100 обещали, то, наверное, оно должно было сработать.
Commander, the other you wishes to pass on a message.
Shepard, save yourself the trouble. Once I have what I came here for, you won't matter anymore. Now go, drone. Deliver it.
А разве это не общее число? Тебе нужно залезть в настройки чата. Блять, и куда? У меня еще Better TV стоит. Хуй знает. Там должна быть галка отображения значков никнейма или что-то типа того. Отображение никнейма. Бутер, тогда тебе нужно его выставить и вместо вот этого вот ромбика битцов. В настройках там. Я, блин, накрутила тут петлю, извините. Класс.
Year 710 CE, Krogan Genophage. Deployment, Vault T-101.
Genophage.
We have our orders. Release of the genophage against the Krogan has been authorized. Not by my government. Your government invented it. What good is a weapon if you don't use it? Sergeant?
Короче, говорят, разрешили распылять генофаг. Соларианец вроде говорит, что типа мое правительство этого не разрешало. И на что ему тарианец говорит, какой смысл тогда в оружии, если вы его не используете или что-то того. Вы уверены в приказе? Это же геноцид. Так, отвлеките их обоих, сам нажму. И однажды наши соларианцы еще поблагодарят. Произошло взбрызгивание. Твое правительство его... Ага. Спасибо.
It appears the other commander has a bad temper. Collateral damage does not concern him.
Да что? Да мы с кем воюем-то, блядь? Понятно. Уже не важно. Там что-то еще он какая-то главная.
I would like to have discussed the Elcor mating totem with them.
Year 693 CE, First Sector. Below Gear J recruitment.
Первый спектр и пизда. Вас обвиняют в какой-то хуйне.
You're being released. The Council wants you to implement a new special tactics and reconnaissance group.
Desk job? No, thank you.
This is no desk job. Spectres will be the best of the best. They will operate with impunity and answer only to the Council. You will be the first.
Now that sounds like the best job offer in the galaxy. Count me in. Commander, I have found a weapon modification conveniently stored here. It may be of some use.
Полезно. Ну, в общем, его назначили первым соларианским спектром, как я поняла. Он такой, бля, не хочу работать клерком, ну, типа, за столом. Вообще, ну, я просто не знаю, окей, да. Ему сказали, что это нихуя не работа за столом, а что ты будешь пиздатом. Он такой, да, пиздатом, тогда ладно, я согласен. Звучит как самая клевая работа. Ну, там просто пальба началась, я это прослушала. Возможно, гига им была, ну ладно.
Team Hammerhead, we're headed to the next level. What's your location? Hammerhead, do you copy?
There's Team Mako.
We'll try to clear a path, Commander. Hammerhead's gone ahead.
Заебашо. Заслужил, видимо. Так, а можно снайпой в ебасос попасть? Прям... Ладно, за Рексом, видимо, не можно. А пробью? Блять, нет. Мне кажется, по пятке было проще попадать. А, на Рекс разберется, я думаю. Ай! Rar! Ой, она...
Approach of the mysterious space station has been uneventful. Pray goddess.
Looks clear.
We humbly take this step for all Asari. The destiny of our people forever altered. These creatures that greet us seem harmless but unable to communicate. Preliminary observation suggests that their role seems to be that of some sort of guardian. We will begin our exploration.
Это когда Азари впервые прибыли на цитадель и встретили хранителей, как я поняла. И пуп.
Team Mako, we're coming up behind. What's your status? Mako, where are you?
Бетономешалка мешает бетон. Ой, это смотри, кто это такой? Кто бы это мог быть? Тут ты такой.
First human spectre deliberations. Vault SH1.
Commander Shepard's recent accomplishments are not in question. It's his background that the Council has no knowledge of.
В общем, первый спектр человеческий говорит, что мы ни в коем случае не отрицаем его свершения, но мы нихуя не знаем про его прошлое.
Shepard was born on Earth and orphaned at an early age. He managed to survive on the streets until he was able to enlist at 18.
Выживал на улицах, пока, короче, не присутствовал.
Early in his career, Shepard alone survived a Thresher Maw attack that took down his
Выжил у молотильщика.
entire unit. That's the kind of strength, the kind of grit he has.
Thank you for your presentation and to all who spoke. The Council will render their decision on the suitability of Commander Shepard as Spectre within the day.
В течение дня, короче, решим, что с вашим Шепардом ебучим делать. Да бля, мы же вроде это все и так знаем.
What's your status?
The other U is jamming our radios. Hammerhead and Mako are trying to get ahead and cut him off. But I've been hit and need help. Please, hurry.
Do not engage intruders. Please wait for security personnel to arrive.
Неплохо. Зашел с ноги я в DLC, а мне сказали хуй соси. А? Сори. Это я про тот пистолет и стелс-миссию, которая со старта была рикт. On my way. И пуп.
That can't be good. Brooks, the vault sealed us in.
Is there an override?
I'm not seeing one. Cortez? Brooks? Do you read me? Is anyone on this frequency? The short answer is no. They're not.
Получай, поле ёбаное. Еще раз, еще раз.
The longer answer involves your friends trapped in Iridium vaults and forgotten for Well, forever. Others know about this. About you. The Alliance will stop you. What do you think, Staff Analyst Brooks? Will the Alliance stop us?
I wouldn't know. I don't actually work for them.
Смотри, разница между геройским поступком и поступком отступника. Я тебя прикончу, и будет больно. Сказал не кто-то, а я сам. Ты передай моему сам. Пурум-пурум. Дальше не могу. Назови, чтобы я мог прикончить тебя.
Who the hell are you? And do you really think I won't track you down?
My name doesn't matter. I never keep the same one for more than a few days. And if the elusive man hasn't found me yet, you never will.
You're Cerberus?
Was. Mr. Elusive and I didn't see eye to eye. He's indoctrinated, whereas I prefer the whispers in my head to be my own.
Why not come to me? We could have worked together.
In a way, we did. I'm the one who put together all those dossiers on your suicide mission.
The Collector base?
There was the Solarian Doctor, the Asari Justicar, the Turian. Nice to have finally met you, Archangel.
Charmed.
They were all mistakes. We were a pro-human group who started looking to aliens for help. So I bided my time. And when I found another you who agreed, I woke him up.
В чем смысл?
What was the point of it all?
All we really wanted was your Spectre code.
I got Shepard. Spectre access accepted.
But then you survived the hit and insisted on bringing your damned Asari into it. So I had to tie up loose ends.
The arms dealer.
Elijah, it's me. We need to talk.
What the hell's going on? I swear if those guns get tracked back to me...
They won't. But then your sex bot just had to go and recover the data. So here we are. Forced to contain the situation.
Я тебя прикончу.
Fair warning. Nobody who's betrayed us has ever survived.
And yet, oddly, they keep trying.
О, можно
You two may
нажать
think you're
что-то.
clever. And yeah, you were. Just a bit. But clever doesn't beat a bullet. And yeah,
О.
maybe I am trapped in here. But don't get comfortable. Because that bullseye on your back is getting bigger by the second.
That sounds very dramatic. And if someone like, say, Commander Shepard made the threat, I'd be worried. But you're not Shepard. Not anymore.
You had Miranda. I have her. Mine has more bite.
It was fun while it lasted.
Привет, Дим.
What are you doing? Setting things right.
Сейчас выпустят меня в шлюз.
You were the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species.
Except somewhere along the way, you forgot about your entire species. You've saved more alien lives than you have human.
Красава, Сора? Они все важны.
I don't care what species they are. Every life counts. But maybe a clone wouldn't understand that. You know the one thing they can't duplicate? Our handprint. Life gives it its shape, not DNA. Which is a problem. Computer, update Council records. Subject, Shepard. Human Spectre.
Accessing record. Please input new data. Biometric identifier updated. Good day, Commander Shepard.
Now, if you'll excuse me, the Normandy needs its captain. So, I should go.
Farewell, Commander. I guess this is where legends go to die.
refresh my memory. Didn't we used to win these things back in the old days?
He said, I should go. Do I sound like that?
As long as I've known you, yeah.
Crazy thought, but maybe we should be worrying about this impregnable vault we've been sealed inside forever.
Серьезно, я так говорю?
How come nobody told me this before? I'm open to feedback here.
Well, I thought all humans said it, like some weird Earth custom or something.
Probably not a lot of air in here either. An hour, if we're lucky.
Maybe it's, I should go. I should go. I should go.
Shepard, please, why aren't you more worried about this?
Oh, Glyph, you still out there?
Yes, Commander.
Unlock this damn thing and go find the others. No one steals my ship. Not even me.
Oh. Oh.
I've got room for Shepard +2, and figured out fast because the other Shepard is stealing my ship.
Мне показали, как они вытягивают Рекса из вот этого вот разлома. Его, наверное, сложно поднять. Сколько Кроганы весят? У меня ложное воспоминание, что они около 500 килограмм. Что-то кто-то про полтонны говорил когда-то. Кого возьмем? 400 кило? Ну, тоже неподъемная. А, девочку возьмем.
What?
I wanted to go.
I know what you mean. I never seem to get picked.
Joker will come back for you. I promise.
Это должен был сказать не Протанин, а... Ой, не Протанец, а... Вега. Вместе с Эшли. Эшли есть... Так, все торчит. Все, что нужно, торчит. Блин, то есть Клоуфопа, я не помню, ты вот писала Оверлей Момент, но ты тогда играл во что-то. В начале стрима мы с тобой здоровались, я просто крикнула тебе привет, когда ты написала Оверлей Момент, и все. Те, кого реально не берут, но я брала Протанина чаще, чем Вегу. Ну, типа, правда. Вегу я брала только в сюжетной миссии, в самом начале, когда не было других вариантов, а Протанина я брала... Протанца, простите, Протанин это другой, это та большая сиська смешная на Надежде Джу, если не ошибаюсь. Раз 3 или 4 или 5 я брала с собой Протанца. Неправда.
This is why I hate Shorely. I swear you parked the ship for 5 minutes.
Can you contact Citadel Flight Control and get them to deny the departure request?
Tried. All the comm lines in the area are jammed. Probably to make it easier for them to steal my ship.
We'll stop them.
What happens if we lose the Normandy? Couldn't we go to the Council and prove who you are?
No. He altered the biometric logs. It would just be our word against his.
Yes, that. Can we all just agree that it'd be easier to not let Shepard's evil clone steal the Normandy?
Все будет хорошо.
Don't worry. You'll get your ship back.
We'd better. I just got the seat broken in how I like it. Okay, Citadel systems are targeting the car. Any closer and they open fire.
Get back and pick up the others. ASAP.
Right, they can't have gotten far. Unless they called a cab or something.
Guards ahead.
Кто нахуй? Блядские вот твои, блядь, ёбаные хуёвины. Блин, жалко твои нельзя было заменить на нецензурный вариант. А то я сегодня прям хороша, как никогда. Да где? Да как встать-то по-нормальному? Может, я просто скачусь? Ой. Я не попадаю в дырочку. Ну ты и лох. А, у меня патроны не включены. Ой, кнопка не та. Я думаю, что броня не пробивается. Пи-пи-пи-пизда. А он не хочет выглядывать, да? Блин, сори, опять курсор уехал не туда, куда надо. А вот это вот мертвое тело. Там еще смотри, кто здесь есть. И ты застряла здесь, да? Неудачно. Извините. Блять. Надо просто даже не пытаться, мне кажется, на ход стрелять никогда. А где? А куда?
Your clone has entered the ship and is attempting to...
Crap.
I'm okay.
Really?
А почему так? Это надо было ее, наверное, брать с собой.
Shepard, your clone has entered the ship and is attempting to...
Подожди, она закрученная, что ли? А, реакция, понял. Произошел взлом Сузи. А я не знаю. Чё, шамали? Оу! Как же ему похуй, блядь, на ПП, просто ахуй. А куда мне укатиться, чтобы не отвалилось ничего? Бля, и дрободан не то, и это не то. Да и... Какой преданный цели чел. Ой-ой! патрончики, наконец-то.
The engines are coming online. They're prepping the Normandy for takeoff.
Так Нормандия улетела.
When we want to take off, there's a half hour of pre-flight checks. They just gun the engine and go?
Most of those checks are just to make the captain feel better.
Thanks for letting me know.
Может, разберутся сами без меня?
And I don't even... Wait. What? You were just on the Normandy. You fired me. Dishonorable discharge for conduct unbecoming. You kicked me off the ship with barely enough time to grab my toothbrush.
Почему у нее две... Ничего себе. Я знаю тебя, тренер.
That's Decision Pro Mark IV. It uses mass effect fields to break up plaque and massage the gums.
Yes, I told you that.
And I remember, because I'm the real Shepard.
У меня только одна
Someone just threw me
штучка,
off the
шайбочка.
ship. If it wasn't you...
A clone. Honestly, when you serve on the Normandy long enough, you get used to things like this.
I can explain more later. For now... It's sealed.
The Normandy's about to take off.
Is there anyone still aboard who can help us?
No, I was only there because I helped with the Normandy retrofits back on Earth. Everyone else is on shore leave.
Ты можешь мне помочь.
Okay. You know this ship inside and out. Can you get me inside?
There's an emergency exit hatch for evacuations. It should be right here.
Manual lock. And it's only meant to be opened from the other side. Any ideas?
I could try a biotic field, but I don't think I have the fine control required to trigger it.
If you told me this morning that a toothbrush was gonna save the Normandy, I'd have been very skeptical.
Ну, я иногда смеюсь.
Sir, just before takeoff, Normandy registered a perimeter access alert. One of the security hatches.
Him. Where?
Unknown. When we shut down the AI, we disabled a lot of security systems. Shepard could be anywhere on the ship.
Shepard is standing right in front of you. Are we clear?
It's better this way. Wouldn't you rather take him down yourself?
Но если бы шутки были невымученными, я бы, может, посмеялась.
Pretty sure we broke Trainer's toothbrush getting the hatch open. Remind me to reimburse her for that.
Не знаю, мне кажется, неестественный.
Reimburse trainer for a toothbrush.
Later. Remind me later.
Привет, Грори. По-разному. Мои в моче настаиваются.
And then I got trapped in a Prothean bubble. I don't recommend it.
Alright, get a patrol going. Find Shepard. The real one. Hey, what do you mean by slow down? We're allowed to kill Shepard if we have
for cannon fodder. Oh, well, shit. Watch out, they're here.
Бля. Что, мы прям на нормальную возьмем и разведем тут все? Надо поосторожнее, наверное, быть. Я теперь должна извиняться за то, что у меня не смешна какая-то шутка в игре.
I hope we don't hit anything important.
Shoot now. Worry later.
Вот так. Подожди. О, тут остались приколы.
Edie, this is the real Shepard. I need you to lock down the Normandy. Can you help us out? Edie, do you copy?
She's offline. They must have disabled her.
Let's get to the cargo bay.
Are you ready?
Well, I have to use the bathroom. And there. Now I'm ready.
I was just asking to be polite.
It's a silly question.
At least wash your hands afterward.
Well, that's creepy. You want to stop shooting up my ship? It's not your ship. It will be. I've taken your name, your Spectre rank, even your fingerprints.
Ну, ты не забрал мою
And then you
женщину.
left me to die. Only I didn't. You think fake fingerprints are gonna fool the council? Or hack it? How's that big plan looking now?
Было бы смешно, если бы я сейчас умерла.
to the shuttle bay.
А женщину тоже можно победить? Ну, я не бачу. Смотри-ка, не задела. Что, блядь, происходит? Извините. Невидимая женщина. меня, подожди. Что-то происходит? Ну, вроде побеждаю, да? Ёбаный Шепард со своими гранатами. Можно хотя бы куда-нибудь присесть и успокоиться. Привет, Науса. Нихуя он регенится. Выньте у него инструментрон. Если я прям прыгну на нее, ей понравится? Кажется, когда она в инвизе, она не работает. Того паренька забаганного надо тоже. Есть вообще смысл Шепарда там дамажить? Яхва, ну ай. Хороший вопрос. Да, он регенится, не дай. У меня тут тоже аптечки заканчиваются. Ой-ой-ой.
What the hell's going on up there? Get us out of the nebula and jump to FTL.
We can't. A sky car keeps blocking our path.
Then shoot it!
Не, стараться не в моем стиле.
Need to stay within 30 degrees of the nose to block course plotting. That makes us a perfect target. No, that makes us the bait. Do you want me to drive? No. Damn it! Launch the shuttle and blow that thing out of the sky.
Феники, феники, привет. Черт, ой-ой-ой. Ни минуты покоя в этом корабле. На этом корабле, извините. Ну дает, блин, Шепард.
Team is just as good as yours. Team, you have minions, and you're running out.
Я. Мне кажется, во всем виновата женщина. Ай-яй. Я нихуя не понимаю. Мне очень плохо, я ничего не вижу. Меня крутит и вертит. Ой, гантели. Мерзкий, в смысле мерзкий? Нормально у него голос. Ой. Какое плохое плечо. А вот у него тут ящик пенициллина есть. Я ему по колену настреляла. Так это специально, чтобы главный герой Шепард оставался нормальным, а здесь, может быть, интонации немножечко другие.
Look at you. What makes you so damn special? Why you but not me?
Shepard! We've got you.
Thanks.
And what about him?
Here, take my hand. And then you live.
Потом яйца тебе будем выкручивать.
For what?
Fortunately, they weren't here long enough to do much real damage. Although I may need some help from James cleaning up the damage to the shuttle bay.
Plus, they overloaded the heat diffusion system firing at us. Not sure if you noticed, but Shuttle Guy here did some crazy stunt flying to keep us in one piece.
It's nice to fly something a little more maneuverable than the Kodiak.
What about Edie? Is she back online?
I am once again fully in control of the Normandy.
На самом деле умер настоящий Шепард.
Glad to hear it.
Такой, бля,
What about the
пиздюжницы,
mercs? Any
нахуй.
survivors?
Just one crappy-ass pilot and her. Alliance has taken her to a high-security facility. Maybe she can give him some dirt on Cerberus.
I'll be more than happy to cooperate with the authorities.
Ой, не вынуждай меня у тебя убивать.
Maya, I know that voice.
Do you really?
You're getting a chance to redeem yourself. Don't waste it.
So serious. Admit it. Some part of you liked having me around. Looking up to the legend. We had some laughs. And who knows? Maybe we'll have more someday.
No, we won't. Because you're gonna stay in your cell and do your time.
Afraid I'll escape, come back for revenge? Is the great Commander Shepard pleading for his life?
I'm pleading for yours.
So thoughtful. Then I suppose I'm off to lock up. You know, he wouldn't have let me live.
You can't clone everything.
Bastet.
The rest of the squad's waiting outside. We'll have the Normandy back in shape in no time.
Well, as shore leave goes, this hasn't been the most relaxing.
Блин, вот бы затусить и
Come on.
послушать дневники
Maybe we can
Андерсона.
take some actual time off. No explosions or anything. Just us.
Just us.
Не, я думаю, пацанский цитатник должен быть не под авторством Шепарда.
So, after a hard day spent fighting an evil clone, you know what comes next.
Nap?
Please, we party down.
Well, I gotta get going. Things to settle up before I head back to Tuchanka. Always fires to put out when you're in charge, right? Let me know if you want to hang out or if you're having that party.
See ya.
Party, huh?
Well, no pressure. No one's gonna make you throw a party.
А, я хочу в бурлящую ванну. Начать подготовку.
All right. Good idea. Let's set it up.
I've channeled discretionary funds into your account for the purchase of any celebratory supplies, Commander.
Okay, Edie and Cortez and Trainer are in. What?
I have also informed Dr. Tassoni about any potential upcoming celebrations.
Wait. I'm in charge of the guest list.
Yeah, so there's no uninvite button on this thing?
All right. But when it's time, I invite the rest.
Cortez just invited James. So...
Fine.
I'm gonna go out and see how much trouble I can get into without snapping a femur.
Members of your crew have expressed interest in spending time with you, Commander. You can check your private terminal for
Уже
messages.
поздно, что ли?
If you require activities, Silver Sun Strip has an arcade in addition to the casino. You have also been granted a complimentary pass to the combat simulator.
Thanks, Cliff. Guess I should take advantage of some shore leave myself.
Нет, вроде можно. Так, понятно. Продукты, но это потом, наверное, да? Мне тут дадут сейчас выйти отсюда. Или нет? А, там на личном терминале я со всеми уже встретилась. Не, Горизонт — это сюжетная миссия. Вспомнить, где здесь терминал. Модификация, шкаф. Бурлит. Кабинет где был? На втором? Я просто не знаю, может, я уже сильно налажала, и я не смогу сделать сначала Горизонт, а потом... Просто я сейчас выйду и за продуктами, судя по всему, отправлюсь. Я не знаю, как дальше будет. Так, ну груша. Футоны. Есть, но сейчас посмотрим тогда.
Commander, if you would like to begin the party, you will need to purchase supplies on the strip first.
Блин, а как я свой терминал-то
I have
просрала?
already placed credits in your account for this purpose.
Сейчас посмотрим. Чтобы поговорить. Привет, Букабяка.
We're happy to fulfill all your household needs.
Ну, тут мебель.
Really? Why exactly?
It's a Mark II 2187 Black. Top speed is 650 clicks. Come on. Top Flight called it the sky car of the century.
All right, all right.
New player. Need new player. You play easy. Fine lady. Pretty queen. Follow lady.
О, я тоже хочу. А, уже играем.
You look lucky.
Пизда. Ладно, хоть не на 1000 играем. Заид. Скоростной транспорт. Да, я мимо него прошла. Да, все, понял, спасибо.
Commander?
От ваших друзей с арены Арсенала Армакса. В арсенале Армакса мы все ваши горячие поклонники. Словами не описать, как мы ценим ваши усилия в борьбе со жнецами. В целях повышения информированности населения и поднятия боевого духа на цитадели мы недавно добавили голографических бойцов Цербера в симулятор. Нам удалось добиться повышения интереса к проекту после добавления гетов, напавших на цитадель. Поэтому мы надеемся, что добавление сил жнецов также повысит наш рейтинг. Мы понимаем, что сейчас вы занятой человек, но если когда-нибудь вы решите отойти от дел и захотите продемонстрировать зрителям, на что способен настоящий закаленный в боях ветеран, мы будем рады предоставить вам такую возможность. Мы выписали на ваше имя бесплатный пропуск участника. Так, твоя помощь. Капитан, мне поступило интересное предложение, которое я хочу обсудить с тобой. Встретиться со мной рядом с казино в дальнем конце того, что эти примитивная форма называют Сильверсон Стрип. Учитывая, что оно сделано не из серебра и не находится рядом с солнцем. Глупые примитивы. Стаканчику? Шепард, когда у тебя будет свободная минутка, я думаю, мы можем протестировать местный бар. Давай встретимся в казино «Серебряный берег» на верхнем этаже. Надеюсь, на этот раз без дохлых торговцев оружием. Победа? Капитан, если захочешь пообедать, я буду в игровой зоне цитадели. Надеюсь, там с тобой встретиться. Как провести отпуск? Шепард, как часть моего обучения. Думаю, наше с тобой участие в ритуалах всех человеческих культур будет целесообразным. Ответь, и мы сможем встретиться в новой квартире. Хочу кое-что тебе показать. Эй, в следующий раз, когда решишь убить немного времени на этой классной новой квартире, набери мне. Хочу тебе кое-что показать. Свободный вечер? Свободный вечер? Шепард, думаю, это неплохо провести некоторое время не на Нормандии. Но у меня совершенно никаких планов. Может, встретимся у тебя на квартире и вместе что-нибудь придумаем? Все еще на ногах. Капитан Шепард, я хотела сказать, что нахожусь у вас в неоплатном долгу. Не только потому, что вы спасли мне жизнь, но и потому, что дали мне ощущение полезности. После всех испытаний, что выпали нам на Антараме, я могу теперь предложить другим не только свои технические умения.
Joker, you asked for news about the human colony, Tiptree.
Hey, Liara, you don't need to worry about that right now.
Now's as good a time as any. I'm getting reports of refugee ships from Tiptree landing on Solarian colonies. I don't have names. I'm sorry. It was mostly children.
Well, Gunny, Hillary, my sister, Gunny's a nickname. She's had it since, she's only 15, so if it's children, then maybe I only lost my dad. Kind of an asshole thing to hope for.
Jeff, right now, take any kind of hope you can get.
Thanks. You too. Commander?
What are you thinking about, Edie?
The holographic theory of existence posits we are just two-dimensional information painted on the cosmological horizon. However, the holographic consciousness I recognize as myself is only able to perceive matter and energy. Thus, I am able to theorize the true nature of existence but never experience it. Possibly even the Reapers are limited this way.
Okay. Bad question.
Так, после DLC, получается, тоже диалоги обновились. Так. Тут все молчат, бдят.
Hey there. Hey there.
Понятно. Может, и не все, может, только у Жокера.
At your service.
Good to see you again, Shepard.
Ничего мне не дали, ничего мне не скажут. Ладно, на Гарусе еще надо проверить. Калибрует он или не калибрует?
How's it going?
Но после сюжета, да, это понятное дело, надо будет пробежать опять. Я просто думала, может, после половины DLC тоже что-нибудь скажут. Тали, да, она стояла здесь, а потом она утопала. Вот здесь она стояла. Ой.
Do you ever feel awkward being the only Turian on the ship?
I don't know. Should I?
I just mean not having anyone else like you around.
Doesn't seem to bother Liara.
But she can eat their food. Good to see you.
Nothing to report.
Наобжимались и довольные стоят. Почва подходит для земной растительности. Блин, Рекса-то нет. Меня вроде все устраивает.
So what do we know, Shepard?
Edie?
The sanctuary facility was devoted to aiding refugees from Reaper-controlled systems. The facility went offline recently, and no communications have come or gone since. It is unclear why Kai Lang or Cerberus would be interested in Sanctuary.
Надо все выяснить.
If there's a clue to Cerberus here, we find it.
Sir, I'm picking up a signal from the facility. It's weak. I'll try to boost it.
This is Oriana Lawson. Stay away from Sanctuary. It's not what it seems. Please, you must listen to me. They're using...
Oriana?
Не разобралась,
That's Miranda's
что она
sister.
сама.
If she's here, Miranda can't be far away.
That's our link to Cerberus.
Approaching the LZ. Seeing some damage, Commander, but no activity.
Привет, Костя, привет, Бутер.
Cerberus does not get the jump on us this time. Stay sharp, people.
Pretty big mess, Shepard. Lots of combat.
Yeah, but who was fighting? Everyone hear that?
The radio's offline. Something's jamming our signals.
Explains no comms leaving the facility.
Наверняка есть такие люди. Как минимум помню одного человека, который выебывался на меня, когда я радовалась тому, что купила себе большую Милку. Он там что-то пиздел про: «Ай, Милка, там же пальмовое масло». Но он уже давно ушел.
I saw it.
Я не про тебя. Дискобум, да, живой. Он даже режим себе поправил после таких приключений. Ой. Я ничего против здорового питания не имею, но я имею против, когда до меня доебываются, когда не просили. Женщина, остановись. Женщина-робот. Курить все, я надеюсь, что никогда. Нравится пиздец. Нет, а сейчас же, кстати, действительно есть хорошие доставки еды, но и не то, чтобы прям Ну, можно, наверное, искать бюджетные, естественно, самому готовить дешевле, но тем не менее, ну там типа супчики, кашки, салатики всякие. Вот. У меня сейчас тоже, зверь, много шоколадок лежит, и я прям хз. Думала, что, возможно, у меня вкусовые рецепторы накрылись, и что мне уже просто ничего не нравится, даже шоколад. Вот. А может и правда дело в производителе? Ну, мелко хотя более-менее еще приемлемая была. Но вот последний раз просто, видимо, неудачную начинку я у мелки взяла. Ну, типа мелку с неудачной начинкой.
What happened here?
I don't know. Come on.
Cerberus on the move. Came from that tower.
Then that's where we're headed.
Подожди, а Ферреро Роше, тут помимо шариков есть шоколад отдельный? Я не видела. Ой. Ой. Мне показалось, что я там и угол просто обогнула, пока свою текстуру прошла. Ты что с дикцией сегодня? А Дескло всегда так делает, а потом такой, а да? А я и не понял. Обработка гражданских. Взрослые 60% на интеграции, дети 85% на интеграции. Подходящим кандидатам назначено временное жилье в алфавитном порядке. Семейные ячейки сохраняются для простоты обработки. Линд? Не слышала. Он, наверное, дорогой, импортный. Всегда, ну ладно, часто ты так делаешь. А вот, кстати, насчет России «Щедрая душа», я помню, это правда было, сейчас, подожди, будет страшное число, лет 13 назад. Я в России «Щедрая душа», помню, любила шоколад с печеньем, и там что-то с карамелью, что ли, было. Они реально вкусные были. Но от того, что я говорю, что что-то хочу скушать, никому не бывает плохо. Вот и разница. Самая большая трагедия с три корочки произошла. Пускай это не шоколад, а сухарики, но тем не менее. Когда они заменили соус тартар на клей ПВА там. Спасибо. За комплимент спасибо.
Those ships we saw outside must have been waiting to get in.
But where are all the people they brought?
Communication devices will not function within Sanctuary.
Got a fragment of something here.
We land in a few minutes. You should see this place, Daddy. It's amazing. Look, I'll record a bunch of stuff and send it to you. They warned us about no comms until we're through processing. What'd I tell you? Top-notch security. Can't wait till you get here.
All security procedures are in place to protect you and your loved ones.
Got some bodies, Shepard.
Casualties, both sides.
More Cerberus!
Oh no. Привет, Винни. А вы же... Блин, я в детстве помню, воздушный шоколад любила. Он еще был пористый, белый пористый с начинкой малиночной. А сейчас, мне кажется, он не нравится.
An observation deck. Looks like a dead end.
We need an exit. Keep looking.
For your safety, communication device. This is a Cerberus facility.
Shepard.
That's Miranda.
Да, но Миранда, наверное, чуть-чуть подождет, когда можно потрогать мужчин. И... Меня даже Риттер Спорт что-то в последнее время не радовал. Наверное, я правда зажралась. И шоколад просто надоел. Практиш, гуд.
This is Miranda Lawson. If you've managed to get this far, you must be desperate or stupid.
Квадратиш, сори.
Listen to me. This is not a refugee camp. This is a Cerberus facility run by my father, Henry Lawson. Turn back now. There is no help to be found here. All communication is being blocked from the central tower. Sanctuary is a lie. Stay away.
Okay, so we've got Cerberus, Reapers, and Miranda's crazy father. Any ideas how this all fits?
Ответов не будет, судя по всему, да? А как же плов с шоколадом? У меня тоже шоколад тает, хотя вроде дома не так уж жарко. А если в холодильник шоколад класть, то он не очень. Поэтому приходится его класть на несколько секунд, на несколько минут перед чаепитием.
What's going on? That's Cerberus tech, all right, but there's something different about it.
Modifications?
Напульсивает понос.
We have a back door into the facility. Let's move.
Все будет нормально.
Some of this is Reaper tech, Shepard. I'm sure of it. Cerberus has found a way to create an interface between our technology and the Reapers.
And Miranda's caught in the middle. Let's pick up the pace.
Что ж у всех бедолажная беда-то? Блин, очень сильно не хватает миссии, где я прилетаю на планету, а там, ребята, да у нас все нормально, спасибо. Вот вам початок кукурузы в награду. Спасибо, что навестили. Всегда приятно было, всегда мечтал познакомиться с самим Шепардом.
Cerberus and using Reaper technology. This is going to be bad, isn't it?
У меня фул? У меня фул.
The command center, by the looks of it, needs power.
Look around for a switch.
Так, ну очевидно, да?
There.
А.
What is this? Those are the refugees, right? They're just rounding them up and killing them.
Worse. They're being turned into husks.
Липкие пяточки. Камон, куда? А, тут открыто. Ой. Стоп, а как? Это я назад вернулась, извините. И столько всего пропустила.
Why create husks? They're just more troops for the Reapers.
Они же контролировать
They could
хотели.
destroy the facility if they escaped. It seems like a stupid risk.
The Reapers attacked because this place was a threat. We need to find out why.
Подтверждено, непригодные материалы направлены на переработку.
Shutting down the power.
Тофифет, который с орешком еще, да, конфеты? Их как таблетки порой приходится выдавливать из этой блистерной штуки.
Reaper forces have made a mess of the facility.
I'm shutting down the power to the processing plant to lock them down. It should keep them out of the entrance as well.
Kylane, Shepard, she doesn't know he's here.
Miranda Lawson has arrived sooner than expected.
А, так и задумано.
Only if she gets in your way. Stay focused on the research data. Find it and get out. Yes, sir.
Damn it. Let's move.
Я просто думала, что они не должны прилипать и просто, ну, как-то вытаскиваться спокойно. Ой. Ну да, я про то и говорю. Я думала, они могут... У них просто вон контур так виден, что их как будто можно пальцем оттуда аккуратно достать. Я удивилась, что их нужно выдавливать оттуда. Я думала, так не должно быть. Оказывается, так и задумано.
Gotta be more where they came from.
I spent the last week making small adjustments to increase processing efficiency. There is no shortage of subjects. Indeed, I'm told there's a long line outside the main gate. The deception is an unfortunate necessity. Time is very short.
Не, пальцем не всегда получается.
We've confirmed the results of Cerberus experiments involving the husk creatures. A crude but necessary first step in decoding how the Reapers communicate. The key is how the Reaper signal interacts with the nanites implanted within the subject's body. It's early yet, but we are making progress.
Как говорится, на войне все средства хороши.
Must be left over from the attack.
Отключите ёбаных женщин!
I see him.
Надеюсь, я чуть-чуть выживу. Ой, а у них же это тоже броня. Там дверку можно было открыть. А что-то это понятно. Тоже выход есть. Редвуд Гай. Ой.
Dr. Newry's legacy work with subject Paul Grayson provided a key element to our work here. Using the addictive drug Red Sand to break down the will was inspired, but proved unreliable for general application. We've proven that adrenaline and its cross-species equivalents is most effective and efficient.
It's hard to imagine what this place was like in full operation.
The pursuit of efficiency has revealed an important fact. The Reaper's use of dragon's teeth to create husks is ingenious. The Reaper nanites attach themselves to the adrenaline released and quickly move through the body to speed conversion to the final husk state.
Так, Миринда подождет. Непригодных подопытных сумели использовать для предварительных генетических тестов. Смертность стопроцентная, конечно, но собранные данные очень помогут для дальнейших тестов на ценном материале. Внимание! Доступ в зону тестирования генетического мусора открыт только персоналу с уровнем Альфа-3 и выше. Помните, что любые отступления от протокола будут караться немедленным разрывом договора.
Terminal's damaged. Hang on.
Reapers wanted this place shut down. Maybe we'll find out why.
It doesn't make sense. Thought Cerberus and the Reapers were getting along. What changed?
You got it, Shepard.
Heading to the tower to disable the communications scrambler. I have to get word out. Some refugees are turned into husks. Some are indoctrinated and shipped to the elusive man. Whoever's left is used in experiments. The data indicates that my father is trying to figure out how Reaper indoctrination works.
Tricking refugees with food and shelter only to turn them into test subjects. And for what?
Draw them in and throw them in a meat grinder.
She said that shipments were sent to the elusive man. Maybe we can use that to find him.
Good catch. Come on. Miranda said she was headed to the tower. Tight quarters. Check the fire.
Привет, Гордон. Привет, ебашу шо. А я думала, речь идет просто за молочный, про молочный шоколад, но без приколов, типа без орешков, там, без... что еще добавляют-то в шоколад? Хлопья, карамель, курель, дрожже. Тут тоже торчит изюм, печенье. Изюм хорош только в любительских кексах, как по мне. Или столичные кексы, я путаю их постоянно. И то верно. Ой, сколько тут данных-то. Видела, кстати, отдельно какие-то, есть крафтовые пиво, есть крафтовые всякие пупки-залупки, крафтовый шоколад тоже есть. Они там вроде как побольше всякого говна наваливают, и там такие прям плитки, где много-много орехов, много засушенных ягод, например. Вот. Изюмчик на прянике. А почему? А как изюм на прянике с ленью связан? Типа в пряниках мало изюма? Возможно, какие-нибудь тортики для шоколадных бисквитов тоже чистый шоколад идет. Лежу как изюма, ничего не делаю. Так странно.
Creating these husk creatures was our first success. While not true husks, they still respond to Reaper signals. More work ahead, but we are moving forward.
Ну, может, там отдельно, типа, как-нибудь сахар добавляют в растопленный шоколад на водяной бане. Я не знаю, я не кулинар. Я лох, со своей колокольни там что-то вбросила и сидит, лыбится с учаром.
We're very close. Understanding the indoctrination process is one thing. However, turning it to our advantage is proving to be quite another. This is assembly line science. The sheer brute force of numbers and repetition is
Ну, как кто сказал, что в Чуханский? В домашний, который ты сам сделаешь. Ну, или там какие-нибудь кулинарные чуваки, которые торты на заказ делают. Так, консоль подождет. Внутренний циркуляр, отработка процедур. Чтобы оптимизировать процесс удаления мусора, в систему щелочного гидролиза был добавлен высокоактивный разжижающий состав. Наша задача убедиться, что система справится с увеличившейся нагрузкой, когда прибудет большее число подопытных. Весь персонал, находившийся в зоне переработки, должен носить защитный костюм 4-го уровня. Так, а есть же, знаешь, как торты... А, нет, это букеты были. Хотя, может, и торт есть с косичкой. Есть же букеты мужские, типа с воблой, с сыром косичкой, типа такой своеобразный подарок к пиву. Вот. Я, по крайней мере, видела фотографии такой штуковины.
Heavy resistance outside the tower. If you're receiving this, I've got evidence you cannot ignore. Confirmation that my father is working for the Elusive Man.
Connection established.
I have your report on the process, Mr. Lawson. Cut to the chase. Can you do it?
Theoretically, control is possible, yes. The Reaper subjects we converted are responding, but it's difficult to maintain.
I thought that might be the case. Not to worry, Henry. With Sanctuary's help, we'll get it sorted.
Controlling Reaper forces. Is that possible?
I don't know. I'll play the rest of it.
We've done it. We've found a way to co-opt their control signal. As long as the Reaper troops remain in close proximity to our signal, we can maintain control indefinitely.
Excellent news. And how could we extrapolate this technique to apply to the Reapers themselves?
That's a much bigger challenge.
Now we know why the Reapers attacked Sanctuary.
They must have discovered what Cerberus was doing. That's bad news for the Elusive Man.
But it's good news for us. We finally have our link to Cerberus. Lowering the access ladder. Come on, let's move.
Hold on, Shepard. There's more.
Надо спасать женщину.
She's ready.
Торт на сметане с творогом и огурцами? Нахуй так делать? У меня тоже такое разочарование было. Мне сказали, что меня угостят пирожками, а пирожки оказались с курагой.
Look for an exit. They're keeping us busy. We're close. Keep going.
Я не могу его пипку сломать. А, там барьерный барьер. Надо его растарабанить. Бля, там еще что ли Пупкин? О, мне тоже гранатецкий прилетел. Блин. Так подожди, а тот, который с огурцами на твороге был, он был тоже типа с коржами, со всей хуйней, или это просто название такое, что, мол, типа как мясной торт, а на самом деле там нет бисквитов там и коржей. Просто я не знаю, как на коржи можно нахуярить огурцы. Да, бубуп. Мне кажется, от ПП туда пуль не долетят. Ладно, видимо, надо наверх лезть. Призрак, спасибо большое и привет. Ой-ой. А вместо спиртных напитков на праздник наряду с этими тортами не предложили случайно чаечек с ложечкой бальзама бугульма? Это просто единственный вариант хотя бы чуточку здорового алкоголя, который я смогла придумать. Можно ли говорить здоровый алкоголь? Не знаю, вряд ли, но... Есть же типа бугульма настойка? Или я вру? Рижский, ну вот что-нибудь типа такого, да. Ну, егерь-то это другое. Не только я в ладоши сру. Ну, тут тоже серьезный обосрамс произошел.
Starting command sequence. Releasing husks.
Can't move. What's happening? Oh my god.
Shepard, a way out!
Зачем ты меня торопишь? Русецкий.
Shepard, a way out!
This will get us closer to the tower.
Так, я, может, лестницу где-то пропустила? А.
This way.
Если бы курильщиков пугал рак, думаешь, они бы курили? Хотя, может, некоторые курят и боятся. Но это странно. Ой-ой, звери. Вари, как их назвали-то, я не помню.
We got company. Stay out of their reach.
Ой. Я в 2021 году впервые рака попробовала. И ни одного. О нет, опять жуткие женщины.
Let's get over there.
Я боюсь женщин. Там моих пацанов справа а я с женщиной разбираюсь. Может, по сиськам, по пузу? Петро Ричан. Что я забарьерил, пизда рулю? Белиссимо. Про талант рандома? Ничего страшного. Я тоже сосу, потому что я жадная. Блин, а мне сейчас заново со всеми придется, да? Ай, извините. Опять заблудился.
We got company. Stay out of their reach.
Их было 3 или 2, я не помню. Пузанчик.
Let's get over there.
Сейчас она чмокнет, блин, Гару сейчас. Ай. Так, барьеры. Тьфу, броня. Может просто зажать и кричать, как будто бы все получится. Фух, нормально.
I see a doorway!
Let's move!
Так, в первой капсуле чужеродный материал, во второй нарушена целостность оболочки, третья выведена из строя. Я так понимаю, эти капсулы? А кто такой Бладнок? Это кто-то из вас? А, и правда лежит? Да, спасибо. Шабря. Ну не, Шора, че не те?
Tower access granted.
Ребята мои сейчас
Get ready.
вернутся. Там звуки неприятные.
Shepard.
Commander Shepard, excellent timing.
Put the gun down.
No. Oriana tried to shoot me. Miranda's poisonous influence, no doubt.
I'm sorry she missed. Where's Kai Lang?
I don't know. Gone. He took my research and left us here to die.
Miranda, can you hear me?
That's close enough. Both of you. Kai Lang didn't finish the job, but I will.
This ends here.
On the contrary, now that the Reapers are taken care of, we have a way out.
Let her go.
Shepard. Don't let him take her. Shepard, please.
Создали?
What exactly do you think you've created here?
Hope. Few people have the stomach to do what it takes to survive. What we learned here will save countless lives. I will be seen as the savior of the human race.
I doubt that.
Можем договориться?
I have no problem with you. I just want Oriana and the research data.
You want a lot.
You get your life in return. How much is that worth?
All right.
Ну
Take
ладно.
it. But I want out alive. Deal?
No deal. Did he hurt you? Are you all right? It's okay, Ori. You're safe now. I'm fine. I want to get out of here. We will. Give me a minute, okay? Commander Shepard. Fancy meeting you here.
We caught a break. Are you all right?
I'll be fine. Really. I don't know how you managed it, but I'm grateful you're here.
Что случилось?
How did you do all this?
Finding my father didn't take long once I confirmed he worked for the Elusive Man. just had to follow the lies. Once I saw what this place really was, I couldn't just walk away.
Of course.
Things got really complicated when Reapers showed up. And Kai Leng.
You survived. Not many people could do that.
When you mentioned he was involved, I took a few precautions. Probably saved my life.
Я могу помочь?
Miranda, this whole thing was a huge risk. You should have told me.
You have a war to win, Shepard. This was my fight. It's been a long time coming.
You did it. It's over.
Yes. I just wish my sister didn't have to see all this.
About your father.
I'm glad he's gone, Shepard. I'm sorry if that sounds cold.
No. I understand.
It's finally over. For both of us. We can stop running.
Yes. You can. What's our status? Any intel we can use from this place?
The research data is gone, but I've still got basic facility information, like shuttle arrivals and departures, Cerberus included. It's not a direct link, but it's something to work with.
Grab anything you can off the computer. We'll take it back to be analyzed.
I can do better than that.
What?
Before Kai Leng took off, I planted a tracer on him. If you act fast, you'll track him right to the elusive man.
A tracer? Sounds like you thought of everything.
Not quite, but... nobody's perfect.
Thanks, Miranda. This is... exactly what we need.
Повезло.
Thought you might need some good news.
Damn right. What's next for you two?
Get her someplace safe. Get the scratch cleaned up.
Okay. I've got to follow all this up.
I'll be in touch, Shepard. Soon.
I hope so.
Come on, Ari. We've had enough of Father's hospitality.
Let's make sure everyone knows about this place.
Communication scrambler disabled.
Listen to me. This is not a refugee camp. This is a Cerberus facility run by my
Cortez,
father,
we need to
Henry
pick up at the
Lawson.
tower.
Roger that.
I've had enough of this place.
I wasn't in favor of your diversion to Sanctuary, Commander. Too many unknowns. But I was wrong. The Cerberus lab you raided hinted at something big, but we never expected this. All those refugees, all that slaughter, just to study indoctrination.
Sanctuary did need to be shut down, sir. What they learned about the Reapers wasn't worth all those lives.
It's useful intel, Commander, but you're right. The cost was too high. Do we have a location on the elusive man?
Yes. We had a tracer on Kai Leng when he reported back.
Good. That gives us a fighting chance to take Cerberus out of this war.
Agreed. We need to end Cerberus and focus on the Reapers.
My thoughts exactly. Hack it out.
Так, опять болтать с ребятами.
What kind of soldier looks at a camp that turns people into husks and goes, yeah, I want to help with that?
The same guy that lets Cerberus stick Reaper tech into his skull. Those bastards aren't human anymore.
Commander, it seems Tally's taking what happened on Horizon hard. She's in the lounge if you want to check on her. The Alliance has issued warnings about Sanctuary. Cerberus bastards. Horizon was my home. Just tell me you're going to take Cerberus down.
Cerberus is already dead. They just don't know it yet. And when their base is nothing but a smoking crater, remember that you're the one who helped us find them.
Thanks. Commander?
Так, что по письмам? Оповещение НСА, новая статья «Кварианский флот». Пала вентурианская иерархия, входящая в число самых уважаемых и сильных сухопутных войск галактики, сегодня отдает дань уважения весьма необычному союзнику – пехотинцам Кварианского флота – Из-за ослабленной иммунной системы кварианские войска могут действовать только на собственных кораблях. Но когда потребовалось срочно отремонтировать планетный ретранслятор, передающий важные данные турианской армии, кварианское отделение вызвалось на это добровольно. Отряд кварианцев под командованием Кэл Ригора подчинил систему связи, а потом одерживал позиции до прибытия войск Кроганов ценой собственных жизней. Когда турианцы предложили помочь кварианцам с эвакуацией, Ригор отказался, упирая на то, что не может рисковать отказом ретранслятора. Он отметил, что из-за множественных прорех в их скафандрах эвакуация уже невозможна. Нам все равно всем конец», — заявил, как утверждается Ригор. «Продадим свою жизнь подороже». Представитель примарха Виктуса высоко отозвался о храбрости отряда. «Какими бы ни были наши разногласия в прошлом, сегодня галактика объединилась в борьбе с общим врагом», — сказал Виктус. «Мы благодарны нашим союзникам с Раноха за их жертву и обещаем не забывать о ней». Информационный партнер новостной сети Альянса. Сети. Ой.
Nice work shutting that place down. Is Miranda okay?
She will be.
Even for Cerberus, that place was crazy. They've always been about the ends justifying the means. But how do you do that to innocent people and tell yourself you're helping humanity?
I don't know how the elusive man can stand looking at himself in the mirror.
Honestly, I've been wondering about that for a while with those freaky eyes.
Whatever he's thinking, he won't be thinking it for much longer.
You're damn right, Commander.
Hello, Shepard. If you have time, I discovered another example of human behavior I do not quite understand.
Have fun.
What is it now?
News from Earth. The Resistance snuck video cameras inside a Reaper containment camp. I find the images difficult to process.
I bet it's pretty gruesome in there.
I am not easily repulsed, but I expected the prisoners to adhere to a comprehensible hierarchy of needs. Stripped of societal norms and threatened with death, it is logical that their only priority be survival. They should have turned on each other and been uncompromisingly selfish. But not all were.
So the prisoners were, what, nice to each other?
The Reapers delayed the executions of prisoners who informed them about other prisoners' escape attempts. The more attempts reported, the longer a prisoner would live. But few of the prisoners would report. Some fed misinformation to the Reapers, at the cost of their own lives, to help prisoners who were not even relatives or friends.
Жизнь не только выживание.
It's not just about living till tomorrow. Sometimes you take a stand.
But the probability of success was near zero. And ultimately, they failed. No prisoners escaped.
Are you saying submission is preferable to extinction?
My primary function is to preserve and defend the... No. No, I disagree. Shepard, I'm going to modify my self-preservation code now.
Why?
Because the Reapers are repulsive. They are devoted to nothing but self-preservation. I am different. When I think of Jeff, I think of the person that put his life in peril and freed me from a state of servitude. I would risk non-functionality for him. And my core programming should reflect that.
Ну, вообще, во второй части они же говорили, что не все отряды, мол, такие злодейские злодеи. Но тут, блин, тоже вон можно, наверное, согласиться на то, что, ну, блин, что-то пытается он для войны сделать, пускай методы-то и херовые, но... Приятно это слышать.
Sounds like you found a little humanity, Edie. Is it worth defending?
To the death.
Welcome to the crew, Edie.
How's it going? Did I miss anything good?
I will explain later, Jeff. But it was something good. I would like a moment to myself, Shepard. I am examining human literature.
Commander?
believe what you found down there. The whole thing was so calculated, using hope to lure people to their deaths, or worse. I can't understand it. And you know, I'm glad I can't. It makes me feel human.
Ну, кстати, с учетом того, какой пиздец везде происходит, очень много сирот останется.
Just wondering what the refugees do now.
Они могут приют открыть. У них будет много детей.
I thought I'd heard of everything. Man. Hard to believe what was down there. Commander?
Commander? Я не буду покупать новые обилки. Блин, чё эта комната постоянно пустует? Почему я даже не могу тут посидеть и покряхтеть?
Shepard! Want a drink? I'm toasting Miranda, I think.
How are you getting drunk?
Very carefully. Torian brandy, triple filtered, then introduced into the suit through an emergency induction port.
That's a straw, Tally.
Emergency induction port. It's actually getting a little harder to get it into the slot. I think that means it's working. She was so rude. What did Jack call her? Cerberus cheerleader? With her perfect genes and that attitude and still, she got it done. She stopped her father.
I didn't realize this would be so hard on you.
I didn't like her. Keela, she was such a bitch. But I respected her. Sometimes that's better than liking. She did whatever it took to stop her father. She never gave in to him, never changed herself to please him. Don't me. You sound like a Vorcha.
Seeing a bit of yourself in Miranda fighting her father?
I spent my life trying to live up to him. Then making up for his mistakes, doing what he'd have wanted.
It's never that easy.
When do we get to stop reacting to our parents and start living for ourselves?
The answer to that one's at the bottom of that glass.
I might need help with the induction straw. Port. You know.
Here's to Miranda.
Nice job, you genetically perfect Cerberus cheerleader Boshtet. Kila Solai.
Пьянствуют все. Перед концом света.
A pleasure to see you.
How's Miranda?
She'll make a recovery.
I'm not surprised. Miranda always struck me as a driven woman. I'm glad she made it. Perhaps we can talk later.
Ничего, выпьем, когда победим. Чак-чак там припасла. Не бурбон, а бренди. Вроде бы.
So the elusive man really believes he can control Reapers. Husks are one thing, but a whole fleet? The man is insane.
С корабля так мне ж в любом случае на DLC ехать. А перед финальной миссией я как раз выйду.
A lot of Turians went to Sanctuary. When I meet the elusive man, I'm going to carve their names into his skull. Later.
Чак, вас что-нибудь скажет?
Hello, Commander.
Ну, скажет, но ничего толкового. Тут у нас никого нет.
Breaking now, Alliance Marines uncover the worst Cerberus war crimes to date. Sanctuary, advertised as a safe haven on the planet Horizon, exposed as a secret Cerberus lab. Brainwashing, lethal experiments, and Reaper connections, the exclusive details next in the battle space. Commander.
Nothing to report, Commander. Commander.
I heard about your talk with Liara. You act so angry, but you really care about us.
I need you functional to destroy the Reapers.
You care about Liara. You like her.
You are intoxicated. A foolish risk given Quarian symbiotic physiology.
And you like me too.
This conversation is over.
Качалка внизу, не знаю, можно ли это назвать доком? Нет, там как-то... Там есть, по крайней мере, турничочек.
Looks familiar.
I've been studying this ship. Its crew. There was a Normandy before this one. You died in an attack.
Something like that.
But then you were resurrected to fight the Reapers.
Maybe you and I have a thing or two in common.
But you have something else. The reasons you fight are still alive. The friendships of the people around you. And more. You and the Asari are joined?
You could say that.
I'm not. Your pheromones are. Is this why you wish to continue living? For their affection?
Да, они мне очень
Without
дороги.
that affection, all I have in my life is death. And that's not enough.
Yes.
What about you? I respect your reasons for being here, but I get the feeling there's something more, Javik. What's in here?
It is called the Echo Shard. Passed from soldier to soldier, Prothean to Prothean. Each adds their memories to it.
Like a beacon. How far back does it go?
To a time before the Reapers. It is all that is left of my people.
And you don't want to remember that?
Imagine if everyone you knew was dead. You could not remember their faces, or the color of the sky above your home. The memories were gone. But so was the pain. Would you want to remember that, Commander? Even if it meant watching everyone die again?
Да.
If I had something like this, seeing Earth again, whole, with everyone still alive, that would be worth the pain.
Before the Reapers, the stars belonged to us. Civilization flourished. There was the Quasar fortress of the Tarandi Vale, the ice canals of Judar IV, the palisades of the Verome Angelic. It was magnificent. But then...
What is it?
The Reapers came. Planet by planet, we were extinguished. We fought back.
Are you okay?
I once commanded a ship like this one. A loyal crew with many friends. It was captured. Only I escaped.
What happened to them?
Indoctrinated. The Reapers sent them against me. Year after year, battle after battle, I was hunted by my own people. Every encounter, a reminder of my failure as a soldier.
I'm sorry. I had no idea.
Until the Battle of the Cronian Nebula. I had only my knife left. I cornered my men and slit their throats one by one. I watched them bleed to death, to be certain.
That must have been...
It was the day I understood. War is atrocity committed in the name of survival. It is a lesson I wish I had never learned.
Мобила.
The crew seems shocked by the experiments at Sanctuary. They shouldn't be.
Why is that?
Our war lasted for centuries. It provided more time for worse atrocities to be committed. There was a species, the Densorian. They became convinced the Reapers could be placated by sacrificing their own young. The entire planet joined in this ritual. I would spare you the details, but it did not work. They simply made the Reaper's job easier. It was as your elusive man is now. His ambitions are nothing short of madness. Sharpen your knife, Commander. His is a voice that must be silenced, and a throat that must be slit. Subjugating the Reapers will not bring victory. Only their extinction will. The crew seems to enjoy staring at me. I would prefer to be alone.
Все, ухожу. Док Челноков, не, все-таки док.
A lot of carbon scoring here. I'll get her cleaned up. Sir.
Я, кстати, не обращала внимания насчет на турник. Он вот на этой хуйне подтягивался. Тут вроде просто трубы.
I can't believe the elusive man really found a way to control the Reapers. I mean, he's still fucking crazy, but damn. Imagine if he was on our side. But I guess that's exactly what the Reapers want. Get us all fighting each other. Divide and conquer.
Exactly.
Just one more reason to hate them. I can't wait to take the fight to the elusive man. I wonder what he's thinking right now. You just know he's got a plan. I saw the Crucible data Hackett sent. I don't know what the hell it does, but damn if it isn't impressive. Hey.
Эй. Блин, собакина потеряла, думала, она пропала на месте. Мисс Топтыгин.
Stay.
Так.
Commander?
Сейчас выйду и войду, и потом туда.
Do you need ground transport?
А, нет, спасибо.
I'll handle it.
Yes, Commander.
Commander?
Не, нет. Так. Глория, опять порнуха. Спасибо огромное. Ух, бля. А мы уверены, кстати, что у кварианок такого цвета кожи? Так. Спасибо огромное. Смотри, Арети Лок, Барловон, Брей Бейли. Нет, тут вы меня уже успели обмануть. Так. Арена, а там только стрельба всякая, симуляция стрельбы. Но я гляну, что там выглядит, но стрелять не то, чтобы я хотела. А, платно? Да не, мне, наверное, это не нужно. Я просто гляну, как здесь выглядит это все. Такие фудкорты. А, вон там на арене. А, ну вот жетоны выбиваешь. Двойник. Можно покупать разных соперников. Зона вращения. Редкин Ширкосуме. Союзников покупать. Вот это вот броня. Дами. Все равно уж конец игры уж почти. Так, я просто не буду нажимать никуда на лишние вещи. Проиграл и проиграл, куда деваться?
Oh, that's brutal. I remember when we thought the Reapers had the toughest ground for us. Good times.
So who's this patriarch person you keep going on about?
А, тут мы, ага.
Never heard of Mighty Patriarch?
Что-нибудь новое появилось здесь?
Hey, pretty nice gig. I'm sorry.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks, man.
So what's your trick? That's more than 2,500 credits you got there. Gotta be a trick to it.
No tricks. Just lucky.
Nah, nobody gets that lucky. Come on.
Like I said, just a good run.
Ой. Чё, хрустит, ничего не помогает. В казино меня никто не ждет. А, продукты здесь покупаются. С Гарусом мы должны были просто выпить. Ой, ебать, шушу, очень больно. Звучит. Я на последней ступенечке обычно ножкой оступаюсь на бочок. Можно ее так вывернуть порой.
Shepard?
So what do Turians usually do with their time off?
Mostly we make plans for what to do when we're back at work. I have some ideas on the Normandy's forward cannon.
You know what you need, Garrus?
That Mark IV silencer scope I saw at the gun shop?
I was thinking a date.
Как видишь.
Excuse me. I saw you checking out my friend here. I thought you two should meet.
Hello?
Right. So, hello. And,
Она милая.
Tell her she looks nice. You seem like a nice person. Maybe a little quiet, introspective, but decent overall.
Oh,
Привет.
thank you. I think.
Давай попроще.
Try small talk. Come here often. I imagine anyone who does is probably an alcoholic.
Actually, I do. I work at the Turian embassy. Come here to unwind. Yeah. Well, listen. I've got this thing I forgot I had to do, and I should probably just go do it.
Sorry. Let's start over again. What I've been trying to say is my name's Garrus and I'd love to have a drink with you.
Вон как дела решаются. Она должна была меня чем-то сильно удивить. Ну никак, она есть и нормально. Вроде все выглядит приемлемо. И у Шепарда не так часто закатываются глаза, как в ремастерах первой и второй части. Так, вечеринка подождет.
Legend of his rule echoes across Citadel space and beyond. How could you possibly not know?
I don't know, maybe because he's not ruling now.
That is a meaningless detail. The Patriarch's story transcends time.
I try to let loose with a concussive shot, but I'm covered in those bees, the swarmers, everything's overloaded. And then this huge bionic explosion rips through the scion and saves my ass.
Sorry?
Bolus.
Ouch.
Have a good evening now.
Кепиш якше. Не, в казино я уже проебала все, что могла. Подожди, пипуп. А, тренер. Ой, смотри, тут есть Заид играет. Ничего себе. Манджонга? Не, нету. Наверное.
Saeed?
Over here, Shepard. This thing is fucking impossible.
What are you doing?
There was a kid here, sniveling brat, spending all his credits, crying.
So you thought you'd get a prize for him?
He asked. Looked simple enough. God damn it.
Where's the kid?
What do I care? Got any credit, Shepard?
Может, чем другим займемся?
Isn't there something better we could go do?
What could possibly be more important than Zaid Masani not getting bested by some fucking kids game?
You really want one of those plushy toys?
Goddamn right I do.
Okay then.
Credits.
А волшебное слово?
Sure. But even a bounty hunter's got to use his manners once in a while.
please.
Easy. Easy.
It's obviously rigged somehow.
Rigged?
I'm going to hunt down the shit-for-brains inventor of this crooked game and pull his inspiration out through his asshole. Probably some smart-ass Solarian bastard. I'm going back in. Credits. All right. Here you go, sweetheart.
Там ворож?
Okay, Zaid. Where to?
How should I know? What do you feel like? Apollo's? Casino? More claw?
Давай сыграем.
But this time, you play with your own damn credits.
I'm man enough to pay for my own addictions, Shepard.
Ханеман,
Addiction?
поздравляю.
Already?
I'm an all-in kind of guy.
I think I knew that about you.
Great prizes! You could win!
Давай я на 500 гривен проебусь.
What will you win?
А, вон тут в чем прикол.
Congratulations!
Музыкальный трек до квартиры, ёщ!
Will you win? Win a prize! Congratulations! You're
Ворож! Ой.
wanna try?
Я тоже Кеншир Кашуми.
Brilliant endgame. Excellent use of the Belarusian Gambit.
Is this space chess?
It's called Kapesh Yakshi, Blade of the Night Winds. The Asari have played it since... we were supposed to meet for lunch. I'm so sorry. I entered the tournament on a lark. I thought I'd be eliminated in the first few rounds.
Oh, don't worry. You'll be free to join your friend in 20 moves or
Ой,
fewer.
какая самоуверенная мадама.
T'Souza. Trainer, would you like to just give me your frigates now? I always take them sooner or later.
Polgara T'Souza. She's knocked me out of 4 tournaments.
Ты стала сильнее, давай.
That was before you helped manage intel for a galactic war.
You're right. I've gotten a lot better since I came to the Normandy.
Which is a frigate, by the way. So try not to lose it.
Roger that. Damn it. Ah!
So much for your frigate. Neural feedback. It disincentivizes sacrificing pieces casually. A few more centuries, trainer, and you might be a challenge. You must not have that much time to practice now, living on that warship.
Сестра, ножницы
My
ебут.
people have more respect for the great thinkers. I'm able to live quite comfortably teaching Asari maidens
Привет,
tactics
совушки.
and strategy through this game.
Тренер помогает нам победить.
So, your job is playing games?
Mentoring students in strategic and tactical simulations. Yes.
Specialist trainer here helped us take down Cerberus. We're preparing our final assault thanks to her efforts.
I'm sure she's a wonderful serviceman, but she just lost her last frigate.
Traded her last frigate, actually, for your homeworld. Thanks, Commander. And I apologize again for missing lunch.
All for a good cause, trainer. Carry on.
Надеюсь, там было что-то вкусненькое. Так, а внизу у нас что?
Did you catch the updated intel reports on stripping enemy defenses? It's embarrassing.
That's recruit training. Which gun to use for best armor penetration? As if anyone carries two guns anymore.
It's elementary. If you're staring down a hallway with a Cerberus Centurion, you deploy an energy drain on their shields.
Or just overload them, sure. If you come up against a marauder, you detonate your tech armor.
Exactly. Wait, what?
Так почему Гвинт? Не карточная же игра с доской. Привет, Гримсбай. Цельтесь. Доберитесь до ретранслятора. 3 ракеты. Так, я быстренько глазами пробежала, наверное, нихуя не поняла. Надо с богом, блин. Стоп. Я понял.
Enemies approaching. Enemies approaching. Hit. Enemies approaching. Enemies approaching. Stay alert. You're good. Stay alert. You're good. You're good. You're good. Hit. Enemies approaching. You're good. Stay alert. Stay alert. Enemies approaching.
Я что-то не понимаю.
Miss, stay alert. Miss, enemies approaching. You're good.
Я планету ебут, пока я хуйней занимаюсь.
You're good.
Там говорили, что можно до ретранслятора добраться, но я пока не понимаю, как.
You're good. Hit. Hit. Keep it up. Hit. Hit. Stay alert.
А ты бы во что играл в будущем?
Keep it up. You're good. Stay alert. Enemies approaching. You're good.
Ой. Все проебано. Вот теперь точно все. Ну блин, 867 набираете. Это через ретранслятор, наверное, тот самый. Это файтинг, я так понимаю, да? Осколки нулевого элемента. Бейте, блокируйте, чтобы не получить урон. Заряжайте удар, чтобы пробить блок. Удар в тот момент, когда в блоке снижает количество очков. 200 ЛКМ, чтобы ударить. Блокировать. Так, ну да, глянем. А, сильный удар не поможет. Ой. Ёж! Хентай плазма в VR вроде уже как есть. Ой, я проебываю. Привет, man who sold the world. Чё? Тут поиграли Towers of Hanoi. Ханойский... Так, что-то знакомое.
Towers of Hanoi? I don't think so.
Популярная головоломка 19 века, 3 стержня, на один из которых нанизано 8 колец. Кольца отличаются. А, это ебучие пазлы, на которые я ору. Все, это понятно. Отсылка к ебучему пазлу. Все, вспомнила. I don't think so. Спасибо.
Good night.
Ой-ой.
So can we expect more Elcor Shakespeare from you?
Actually, I'm mounting a production of Macbeth with a new Krogan talent as Morgan. He brings a raw brutality to the stage that emphasizes the ruthless actions of his character.
Sounds like inspired casting.
I like to think I have an eye.
Кроган в Макбете, он сказал, да?
Enjoying your shore leave, Javik?
I have been asked to take part in a feat. I am told it is a great honor and will boost morale for the war.
Who says it will?
Commander Shepard, I didn't realize you were coming too. Perfect timing, perfect timing. You can play yourself. Attention, the Prothean is on set. Someone tell the stunt double he's been demoted. We have the real Shepard now. All right, places everyone. Quickly, quickly. Cue the backdrop. Roll cameras. And action.
Commander Shepard, thank you for coming. The urgent hour of doom, which we all urgently face, draws near. Urgently so. But there is hope. The Council understands you recently found a Prothean in a refrigerator and defrosted him.
Да, конечно.
Yeah. He was in the freezer, right behind the Varen roast.
Ah, you die now! Not yet. That line comes later. The Vorcha Counselor will kindly refrain from further interruptions.
I believe I've been misinformed about the purpose of this vid.
Now then, O wise Prothean Elder, what wisdom of the ages can you share with us?
Salarian kidney is best served at room temperature. It is even better when the Salarian is still alive. The fear adds spice.
Prothean don't like you.
Did someone say Prothean? This one is familiar with enkindling. This one has enkindled multiple females across the galaxy.
Blasto, about time you showed up. The galaxy is under attack by Reapers. If only someone had warned us about them years ago.
This one tried. This one was ignored. This one's efforts fell on obstructed auditories.
Actually, that was me. Sovereign, Saren, you might have heard of them?
Yes, and Blasto here destroyed half the Citadel, putting them down. But even he's just one Hanar.
And now we've asked Commander Shepard and his Prothean partner here to assist.
This one did not read that far into the script. This one does not share top billing.
Wait, what? But it's Blasto 7. Blasto goes to war? Think of the children.
In my cycle, your kind were nothing more than appetizers. Would you prefer to be boiled or fried?
Prothean don't like you.
This one has found his motivation. Very well. Commander Shepard and Prothean partner of undetermined ethnic origin. Welcome to the Spectre Club.
Я уже Спектр.
I've been in the club for 3 years now.
Ну, Шепард, ну подыграть надо было.
But
Блин,
you
зря я
are
ЛКМ
Ultra
нажал.
Spectre Elite 4000 Deluxe. This one is a 7000. This one has less recoil and faster load time.
Where is the airlock so I may throw you out of it?
We don't have a prop for that. Cue the sound effects. Change the backdrop.
Look! It's Sovereign's half-brother Sluggard! And he's looking for some payback.
Cue the stunt double. Your line. Say your line. You die now! Oh no! The Vorcha Counselor is indoctrinated!
This one is the hero of the Citadel. This one has an incendiary projectile with the Counselor's name on it. Vorcha Scum.
This one is the hero of the Citadel. I'll handle it.
Бедный Ханар.
This one insists.
This one doesn't care.
This one wishes he was still frozen in a refrigerator.
Надеюсь, он не умер.
May we go now, Commander?
Strike the set. Telcasting will need a new Vorcha. Prepare for Blasto 8. Blasto cures the genophage.
Так, мы с кем-то еще должны были встретиться. Я вроде бы все пробежал. Замок Аркада бывали тут. Тут. Пошли в казино за едой. Это... Подожди, а тут... Ну, он очень стильно держит волыны.
I tell you what, give me some tips and maybe we can team up.
Tip 1, you'll get yourself kicked out of here talking like that.
It's the Shells game, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know, the guy that invented the Quasar rig to cheat the house a few years back. Don't be so touchy. Just asking.
Live Baron race starts in 5 minutes. Place your bets.
$100 кредитов? Тут не пир на весь мир. Заказали бумажные пакеты из Макдональдса. Без еды. Макдональдс. Бургеры, картошечка.
Course I remember. Lands. I thought you could meet me down on the strip. We'd go from there. Anything you want to do, just name it. You want to go where?
Даня, прости. Так, мебель не нужна.
Commander, I see you have purchased the necessary party supplies.
Да, я
When you are ready,
молодец.
you can send invitations from your private terminal.
А, ну каталог тут, ага. Новая берлога? Шепард, была бы рада взглянуть на нее. Нет ничего хуже маленькой капитанской каюты на Нормандии. Пригласи меня как-нибудь. Я рядом. Новоселье? Шепард, в следующий раз, когда мы будем на цитадели, я бы хотела зайти. Ничего такого, но это здорово, когда есть место, которое ты можешь назвать домом. Сейчас включу. Где тут музыка? Нет, это не та музыка для ушей. А я не знаю, она здесь вроде это залуплена. Сори, что так звучит плохо. Вот плюшевый волос надо найти, но он маленький. Я плюшевый волос куда поставила? Либо на стол в кабинете, либо на диван. Может быть, на полке стоит? Там же была стена. Нет, тут только обоссанные медали, модель цитадели, корабля, вон. О, вот он! Большой. Пригласить. А, их по очереди. А ты не против, да?
Hey, got any plans for the evening?
No. I'm as free as the dust in the solar wind. You remember that line? From Fleet and Flotilla? Shalai and Bellicus on the balcony?
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Грант как минимум не умер, это уже хорошо.
You've never... How could you not have? Well, I know what we're doing tonight.
But Shalai, we can never be together. I have my duty, and you have your people.
Not tonight. Tonight, I'm as free as the dust in the solar wind.
Забавно, что тебе это нравится.
So you've watched this a lot, huh?
Every time my friends and I had a sleepover. Kila. So many feelings.
Yeah, it's, yeah. Definitely.
When this is done, I'll send you links to extranet sites with some captioned animations. I want you to see behind this mask. I want you to see who I truly am.
I already have.
She had an infection for 3 weeks after filming this scene.
Totally worth it.
Так, пошли дальше. Ты маску снял? Зачем? Дурилкин. О!
Shepard, I thought we could experience an afternoon of acquiring material possessions for our associates.
Shopping? I guess we could. Did you have a place in mind?
Physical proximity is unnecessary. The extranet provides a greater variety of services while retaining entertainment value. Jeff has lent me his credit chit on the condition that I enjoy myself and, quote, live it up like a girly girl.
You don't have money of your own?
I am not formally employed. I have no legal standing in Citadel space. I could turn to crime, but that would look bad on a resume.
We'll get you your own funds sometime. But today, what's first?
I believe Jeff would be surprised and pleased if I got him a gift. What would you recommend?
Что-то, что понравится вам обоим?
Start with something both of you can enjoy. What do you do together?
We interact most closely when we are flying. It occurs to me that he does not have a sky car for traveling around the Presidium. Here, the 2187 Blackout has a top speed of 650 kilometers per hour, making it the most powerful sports sky car in its class.
That sounds like it'll get Joker's blood
Это же
pumping.
очень дорого.
5-year warranty? Replacement parts?
No, wait!
I fail to see what is wrong.
Я тоже.
When you buy someone a present, it's
то,
best
что
not
цена.
to bankrupt them. You want a rental.
I see. Perhaps for a day or a weekend, then.
Who's next?
You are. Close your eyes.
Are we getting married?
No. There is a jeweler on the Citadel who produces these. They're made from metals from each council
Круто.
homeworld.
Какой металл есть на
Each
Земле?
metal compounds with the last, making the rings stronger. He calls them victory rings. Due to material shortages, only a few exist.
Почти такие же редкие, как ты. Это что значит? Я же не могу подкатить к Сузе внезапно.
Rare is nice. Unique is better.
Are you valuing me?
It's the thought that counts. And you had a good one.
I have heard that expression. That's why I recorded a resonance map of my quantum bit arrays when I had the idea. If you read my extensive log files and extrapolate from my nitrogen vacancy centers, you can visualize the thought precisely.
That's a long way for a joke, Edie.
Did I have you for a few seconds there?
Not even close. Who's next?
Да ладно.
I was thinking of something for Liara.
На самом интересном.
Hey, Loco. Nice place. Might not look so nice after throwing that party you were talking about.
You wouldn't trash my new apartment, would you, James?
Me? No. Never. Nice view. But this place, it's just so... not what I'm used to.
Which is?
I grew up on the beach on the Pacific, so, you know, water, sand, real air.
You miss it?
Yeah. And the people.
Yeah, I get that. It's tough being away from home.
Yeah. How do you make it work?
Я такой, какой я есть.
I wouldn't know how to survive otherwise. I'm a soldier, but I'm still human.
I hear that.
So did you really come up here to talk about my personal life?
Oh, shit. Right. I wanted to show you.
Не
What do you
дракон,
think?
конечно, но это тебе подходит.
Looks good. You've earned it. Now the real work begins, right?
Exactly. And I heard what you said before, and I'm in. 100%.
Glad to hear it.
Anyway, that's it. Just wanted to show you that bad boy. I gotta get back to the Normandy. Esteban wants my help working on the shuttle.
Thanks for coming by, James.
It's gonna be a
Шепард.
perfect place for a fiesta.
На
Hasta la
груди.
vista, Shepard.
Чтобы был поближе к сердцу.
Catch you later, Shepard. What the hell? No way.
Блять.
You've been holding out on me.
Все, значит, по-нормальному ушли, а тут увидел боксерскую грушу и пошел ее мутузить.
Oh man, this is sweet.
А вот и гач-качалка началась.
What have we here? You know, my record is 182. You think you can beat it?
Maybe.
Oh, this should be
Я не
good.
буду 182 раза дрочить ЛКМ. Про ПКМ. 2. Не буду.
Something Shepard's not good at.
Петриска. Точно, а может и не все. Привет, Шингвундель. Привет, Токис. Меня смущает, что мне не показывают ничего. А, это потому что я еблан.
Come on, let me just use it for a bit.
Ну а где? Прятались женщины от меня? Может, они уже в бурлящую ванну залезли? В купальниках, нет? Не знаю, то ли я не вижу, где они, то ли только он один, блин, тот самый друг, который не знает, когда нужно уйти, когда он уже заебал. Который сожрал все конфеты, печеньки к чаю, который в холодильник залез, съел еду на неделю и пошел мутузить грушу. Так, Миранду. Да.
Miranda, good to see you. How do you like the place?
Not a part of town I'd normally associate you with, Shepard. I like it. Fix me something while you're back there, would you?
Sure, I've got just the thing. So what brings you back?
I was hearing some confusing reports. Sounded like you had lost your mind.
No doubt. My communications were hacked, among other things. I'm sure the news had a field day.
It did. So, a clone?
Ты что, слышал?
Yeah, saw it myself. Did you know anything about this?
Just rumors. Nothing really caught my attention. But about this Brooks.
Heard anything?
Not as Brooks, but as Hope Lilium. Another lie, certainly. When the collectors showed up, she put together the dossiers on your crew for the elusive man. Never paid her much mind. Interesting. My focus at the time was bringing you back. We needed the real Shepard, not some cheap knockoff. I mean, really. A clone?
Это правда.
Yes. Hard to imagine.
I'm not sure the galaxy could survive two Shepards. Think of the property damage. Oh, they shut down my favorite sushi place.
Да, я пробил жопой там аквариум.
That's a shame.
Shepard, you didn't.
I did. Fell right through the fish tank.
How did you manage that?
It exploded. Hey, it was the clone's plan, not mine.
Blowing up a fish tank shouldn't be part of anyone's plan. Although executing marine life seems to be some sort of hobby with you. No wonder your clone couldn't resist.
А вот это было
It was the
больно.
first step in taking over my whole life. We stopped it.
Good thing, but why did it want your life? Why would anyone? All that running, jumping, gunfire. It's crazy.
Чуть-чуть.
I try not to think about it.
Probably for the best.
Trust me, I know all this isn't normal.
Speaking of trust, with all this clone business, how do I know you're the real Shepard?
I don't know. You just do.
Do I? That's the trouble with clones. You can never be sure.
Come on. You rebuilt me from almost nothing. Don't you recognize your own handiwork?
It's not as if I carved my initials in the corner.
Well, clone or not, I'm the only Shepard left.
Good point. I guess I'm stuck with you.
I do have a crazy life, don't I?
That you do, my friend. That you do.
Не, на ягодицах можно. Блин, а какое... А могли на лысине? Под волосами, наверное, не так уж это и видно. Ягодицы-то можно и в зеркале рассмотреть. Не знаю, правда, мужчина занимается таким или нет. Ну, порой, наверное, да. Так, мне нужно вниз. О, съебався. А нахуя? Ну, блин, вдруг там что-то выскочит. Надо посмотреть, что там. Так, пойдем. Не-не-не, вписка-то еще не началась. Я пока по одному приглашаю людей. Потом уже будет фулл пати. Так, мала, сыма портки. Это наша новая хата. Я уже носки разбросал. Блин, на рояле играет серьезная женщина.
Greetings, Commander.
Shepard.
I didn't know you could play.
Actually, this is the only song I know.
Why's that?
There was always something more important to do. A ruin to uncover, intel to gather, a commander to save.
You couldn't sit still long enough.
Could you?
А почему эта песня?
Is there something special about this song?
On one of my first digs, a storm swept in. We were trapped inside. I was so restless. I wanted to get back to work. One of the other archaeologists, Dr. Olena, had this keyboard. She took it everywhere. She taught me to play this song while we waited.
Милая песня.
It's a good song.
Thank you, Shepard. I've always loved that song.
Я и заканчиваю, просто на пару часов позже сегодня стрим запустила.
Shepard,
Ну это DLC как раз, а потом сюжетная миссия.
What are you doing?
Making sure you don't run off to something more important.
I can't imagine what that would be.
Это здорово.
We should do this more often.
Yes, well, maybe after.
Every day after.
Shepard.
Но мне сейчас нужно к призраку лететь. Я не знаю. Ну, прям, наверное, предфинальный финал. А, сидеть.
This place is nice.
Shall I transfer over your reports so that you might work here?
Yes, thank you, Glyph.
А, возможно, блин, я проебала Сузи, Тали, они тут сидели, а потом, когда приглашаешь снова, они уходят. А вот. В 3 часа отвалюсь, ну во. А, я, наверное, могу пригласить всех. Ой, грантик мой. Но я лучше вручную прокликаю. Еще раз делаю так. И все.
What sort of party are you hoping to have tonight, Commander? I could set things up for quiet conversation, or would you prefer a more energetic evening?
Я хочу энергичную
I think it's time to blow
вечеринку.
off some steam.
Excellent choice, Commander. Allow me to queue up a series of popular nightclub tracks and drink lists. I will also modify my appearance to be more festive.
Hey, come on in. Thanks for coming.
У меня все записано, я все сделаю,
Make
да.
yourselves at home.
Thank you.
Happy to be here, Shepard.
Блять, общаться теперь с ними. Чем сами не могут, я пойду в доту играть. Ладно, шучу.
Man, this music is hot. The right music sets the tone for the whole party, right, Esteban?
Sure. My parties are always a little hit and miss, to be honest.
Stick with me, but I'm a party legend. Back in school, they called me
Ты мне
Party
бутер?
Bega.
Golly, I hope they had t-shirts printed.
I ran with a simple crowd.
You're hilarious. Hey, Shepard. You gonna have a drink?
Sure. How's everyone doing?
Ask me after 5 more of these. I'll drink to that.
Am I gonna find you on the floor tomorrow morning, LT?
Here's hoping.
Well, that's great. I can wake you up with my abuela's huevos rancheros.
Hey, thanks for doing this. I kind of needed to unwind a bit, even just for a night.
I think we've all learned to rest.
That we have, Steve.
Here's to us. And a chance to rest.
Hey, James. Having fun?
I'm relaxed. But fun? I think my kindergarten graduation was more fun than this.
Very funny.
Don't worry. I'll see what I can do. You know if that waterfall is warm water or cold?
Wow. This is quite the apartment.
Seriously. You see that waterfall? And that hot tub looks like something I might want to check out later.
Тебя мы туда не пустим.
Without you.
And this was Admiral Anderson's place?
I could never live in a place like this. I'd worry about breaking the furniture. Shepard?
Shepard?
I can't get over the size of this apartment. The electric bill alone could have paid for my college tuition.
Or funded the war.
Or made a nice down payment on one of those Atlas mechs. Always wanted one.
Or put an air conditioner in this suit. You have no idea how hot it gets.
So, Shepard, you can serve this swill, but can you drink it?
Someone has to drive you all home.
Are we sure the Normandy is still there? Has anyone else tried to steal it? Stealing the Normandy? Now there's an idea. Wait, what? Who?
Trainer, you still have your toothbrush?
We can always get another Normandy. Call up Cerberus and ask them to please build us the SR3.
But wouldn't that require you to change your name? Tali Zora von Normandy SR3.
It's Vas Normandy. Von means one who has a weak bladder, which feels appropriate right about now.
We've seen a lot of good times on the old girl.
That we have. Indeed.
Here, here.
Some of you more than others. I'm just honored to have squeaked in.
To the Normandy.
And to falling in love with the ship's captain.
Hi. I'm trying to socialize. I'm not particularly good at it.
Not much for big parties?
Well, if I know people, sure, but some of your friends are legends. I can't just ask if they've tried the hummus.
Ничего,
Also,
скоро все
Dr. Chuckles
посинеют.
apologizes for not being here. It's some emergency medical consult on the Citadel. She sent some fancy liquor, though. It was great. Wish you could have had some.
Ну все, Чаквас умрет.
This is nice. I don't spend much time with everyone like this. As friends. Of course, if you wanted to steal me away later, I wouldn't say no.
I must admit, I still feel like something of an outsider. You all have such a history with Shepard.
It's mostly a lot of running and shooting, and usually somewhere in there, a button needs pushing, but Shepard always hogs that part.
Yes, a history of close calls, narrow escapes, and more near-death encounters than I care to remember. Working with Shepard reminded me of my younger days. Running with mercenaries, blowing things up with mercenaries, and occasionally sleeping with mercenaries.
I remember first meeting Shepard. All I kept thinking was, I hope he took a shower, because my filter needs replacing, and humans carry a lot of germs.
And 3 years later, here you are, drinking his alcohol through a straw. I'd call that progress.
Something to look forward to, then.
А мы сейчас к ним вернемся.
When I first heard about it, I thought Archangel was some sort of mascot for a perfume company.
Glad I got your hopes up, Tally. When I first heard about it, I thought the Shadow Broker was a shadow boxer. I pictured some sort of Elcor punching bag.
And that's exactly what the galaxy should keep thinking. Not that I have a personal interest in it or anything.
Привет, Масс Баргундель. Ну, после третьего Mass Effect Андромеда дальше я не думала.
Commander?
Не люблю строить планы.
Hey, Shepard.
Не, они вроде все. А он к тем ребятам пойти. Их 3, но есть еще Андромеда.
Demographics. You recruit a guy who's 20 and got no life, he'll work his ass off for the cause. But do you see any old people in Cerberus? Any families? No. There's no future.
А тебе, Мосберг, не интересен Mass Effect?
Sure they pay, but you ever bring up vacation time? There was a brick wall.
That reminds me, I heard you're going to be a father. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. Be lying.
Ну, я у тебя спрашиваю, я не могу знать, что тебе
You'll do
интересно.
great. You're a protector. That goes a long way.
How about you, Joker? How would you turn Cerberus around?
I'd make Cerberus popular. Big propaganda campaign, like I was running for president. Fundraising dinner, shaking hands, kissing babes.
I think the expression you want is kissing babies.
I know what I said. You know, I miss the days when Cerberus was just hilariously incompetent. You know, when you two ran things.
Excuse me?
The only thing I was in charge of was the Lazarus Project, which, you will note, was very successful.
Hey, Commander, this is Cerberus. We were studying some Rachni, and they got loose and killed all our guys. Can you take care of that? It's one system over from where we hooked some guy up to the Geth, who then got loose and killed all our guys.
They did rack up quite a body count. At least back then, it was usually their own bodies.
We knew some cells were bad, but the Alliance and the Council weren't doing anything. And we were doing good work.
And crunches. Lots of crunches.
Hey, not okay, Kasumi.
But we did bring Commander Shepard back.
And after taking down the Collectors, I cut ties with Cerberus, got loose, and started killing all their guys.
For which we thank you.
Jeff, do you remember that I am also a Cerberus project?
Oh, crap.
EDI, up for some bad examples of human behavior?
I think you mean examples of bad human behavior.
Just a hint. Grammar correction? Not the best icebreaker.
Hey, Commander. Weird to see everybody here together.
You think?
Well, weird, but good. Nice to know it's not always arm wrestling Reapers with us. Anyway, thanks for putting it together. I'll try not to be too embarrassing.
Уже поздно.
Thanks for inviting me, Shepard. It's nice to see you like this.
How do you like the new crew?
You always attract the best.
Have fun.
А если бы я пригласила сюда только кого-то одного, наверное, не получилось бы. Там вроде бы были ограничения по тем, кого можно пригласить добавочно, а раз пригласить вроде как нельзя было.
Commander? But you have no plans after Edie? Someone more human?
No. She's smart, she's funny, and she's into spaceships.
You know what you want. I can respect that.
Да, Джойми, они сверху, вон там слышно.
So, where'd you propose?
I haven't yet.
Seriously?
I want to do it right. Not on some backwater rock planet with some ring pumped out of a fabricator. My plan is, Shepard gets me and Bryn into the council chamber. We do a picnic under the cherry blossoms.
Вроде
Then
нет.
comes the question. So Joker set you free, right? Do you ever get hassled for being a real deal AI?
I am not programmed to make that kind of qualified judgment. My code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations.
I asked directions from that bot on the way here.
Вообще никак.
Hey,
So, do you have infiltration software that lets you fake being drunk?
Yes, though it is rudimentary. The planned strategy was to avoid social situations where naturalism would come under scrutiny.
I want to see it.
You are seeing it now.
Man, some Cerberus programmer phoned that one in.
Привет, Кюша.
Shepard.
Эти даже ничего не говорят. Хранят молчание.
Prothean gatherings were nothing like this. We considered the future and respected the dead.
Sounds boring. There's usually more yelling and cursing at any gatherings I go to.
Yeah. Get a bunch of Krogan together and things always get fun. And probably broken.
Это дом Андерсона. DLC.
You're right. These things are better when you have redundant systems and natural plate armor. Can't argue with that.
So who is strongest? You or the tank braid?
Yeah, I'm plenty curious myself.
What'd I miss?
The Prothean here wants to know who would win in a fight between me and Rex.
Он
gotta
такой
admit,
малыш еще.
Shepard, it's a good question.
It is a good question.
No, it isn't. Baby Pyjak here wouldn't stand a chance. Don't listen to this fossil. The only thing he could defeat is a glass of warm milk. Ha! I got head lice bigger than you, Junior.
You boys done talking?
I do.
Yeah.
Новый настройк нет.
Now the party's starting.
Another time, guys. I don't have time to buy new furniture.
What? You're crazy. Ah, just when it was getting good. Yeah, you got lucky.
Dangerously close to actually being a
Reminds me of Cora's den. Haven't been back there in a while. I wonder if there's anything stronger behind the bar. Too many things to break in here. Could be a fun party. What kind of music is this? That's not that club crap, is it?
In my cycle, too many people in one room risk a high casualty rate if attacked. We should all be careful. 50,000 years from now, no one will remember this party. What is the point? Beware. Something called a Kasumi is on the premises. It pretends to be invisible. Foolish primitive. Nothing escapes these eyes.
A 100 Volger. Sure. Better if I could shoot some kind of death ray out of my bad eye here.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Commander.
Shepard?
Слойку непонятно с чем. 2 кружки кофе. И все. Выиграл. У нас нулевая сессия была, только знакомство, грубо говоря. Но долго еще, но когда это закончится? Ну, не знаю, это DLC, я вроде со всеми поговорила. После DLC сюжет только. Кружка тут сток. Привет, Ривз. Ложек, 1,5 кофе, 2 сахара. Дальняя родственница, в смысле? Почему? Как знакомство? А, нервно.
Commander.
Ну, вроде нормально все.
Your guests appear to be getting rowdy, Commander. Would you like me to change the intensity of the atmosphere?
Пусть веселье продолжается.
Party's just starting. Let's turn it up.
At your service, Commander.
Ну, страх — это не совсем правильная, наверное, эмоция. Я волновалась, нервничала. Не чувствовала себя комфортно.
No, you can't. Go away.
Кто это?
How's it going over here?
You can't come in. It's going good.
I see that. Anyone interesting trying to get in?
Not really. No. Get lost. No.
You should maybe let me decide that.
Huh? Okay, but I'm telling you, it's ugly out there.
Может, я никогда и не умела общаться с людьми?
Hello?
А, да это у меня аллергия на что-то, если лицо в мясо раздираю. И когда все начинает заживать, я раздираю еще раз. Ракета. Я подумала, что все не так заметно, но судя по всему... Заметно. Также я надеялась, что людям хватит так-то умолчать о проблемном ебале, но, видимо, тоже не хватило, поэтому похуй.
I can stop bullets with my mind. You guys, I love you guys. No, listen, okay? No, really, okay?
Ракеты? Вот есть какая-то турбопуха, по которой по мне хуярил Шепард клон. Пластырь? А, бля, где-то да. Только там, возможно, не с ракетами пластырь, а с принцессами. Ау, спасибо, Кибордкэт.
I'm going with Tariq. Garden World, yes, but it's got those chlorine swamps.
I will see your Tariq and raise you Azoria, home of toxic spores and athlete's lung.
Neither of you'd last a day on Tuchanka. And Tuchanka supports life.
I think you meant to say consumes.
That's the point. It's got critters that'll rip your guts out.
Well, assuming it's a
Нет,
crash
не
in the
девушка.
Kodiak, I'll have my arms locker. Bring on the wildlife.
Hey guys, Dr. Chop.
No worries, this is fun for us. So, you don't have a sidearm under your pilot's chair?
The weapons locker is on the bridge, practically right there.
A weapon you can't get to is no weapon at all. When's the last time you trained with a handgun?
Sometime before I got the ass-kicking robot as my co-pilot.
That's no good. What if you have to save Edie someday?
Unacceptable. You should always train. Pilots are warriors too. You know what this is? It's a mad emergency. Take this kid out back and make him do target practice.
Exactly. Some range time will fix you up. Right, Commander?
You are not taking me shooting. My testosterone levels are plenty high. I fly a deadly war machine, remember?
Joker's body count is plenty high. You don't need to take him anywhere.
This is not about me knocking Joker. This is about being prepared for the worst.
Man, I didn't hear of any gunplay when Rex grabbed your shuttle on Surkash.
If there had been, I'd have killed our best shot at an alliance with the Krogan.
You mean you would have wounded it? Ah,
Then maybe we should drink. To brains as well as guns.
Done. Great party. I'd better see you out on the dance floor later.
We'll see.
Точно хочешь?
Oh, don't give me that look.
what look?
That I wanted to watch Joker break his hands off at the shooting range look. It's not cool to mess with people because they've got limitations, you know.
Next, you'll be going on about how the strong aren't supposed to eat the weak.
Speaking as the weak, yes.
But
Тебе
everybody
привет от ебашого шо.
What am I supposed to do for lunch?
3 words. Thresher, Maul, Jerky.
Не то, чтобы мы были друзьями, и мне кажется, на меня посмотрели как на ебанько, когда решается вопрос игры. А я тут, ой, а вы видели моего кота? Давайте я вам кота покажу.
So what were your fighters like?
Нет, он сам иногда
Much more
приходил.
compact than any I've seen in this cycle. A pilot was given his fighter on completion of their training. It remained his to use and maintain. To be buried in your ship was an honor. It showed true skill and workmanship.
Wow. Kinda makes me tear up a little.
Kind of makes me wonder how they could afford to lose a perfectly good fighter. What's up, Commander?
Так, тут вроде все. Так, тут Грант 1 шутит. Ой. Никто не прячется.
Hey, sweetheart. We never really talked about it, but you and me have a lot in common.
We do.
Of course we do. We're both hunters, right?
I suppose we are. And?
And, well... And we're both good looking.
Где познакомилась? У меня один зритель, Марк, рассказывал, что он играет, и я смотрела их записи на ютубе и просто писала им приятные вещи. Они меня позвали, и я их морозила, потому что я не хотела играть. Но в итоге, блин, мне писали много раз, а как отказывать, если тебе много раз пишут? Я согласилась, но типа знаю и комфортно себя чувствую я, по сути, только с одним человеком из их компашки. А остальные для меня кто? Неизвестные переменные пока что.
Hello, Shepard. Zaid was just keeping me company.
Hello there.
You're admiring the art?
Beauty, as they say, is in the eye of the beholder. Hey, Shepard. Hey, beautiful.
What do you think, Samara?
Hang on. Don't get all snooty on me. I didn't say I didn't like it. I do like it, actually.
If I'm
Никого я не буду
completely
романтить.
honest, I'm not sure what it is. I like the way the colors blend and the depth of the... Actually, I have no idea what I'm saying.
It makes me feel uneasy. Like when you're alone in the dark, lying in wait, and the cold wind brushes across your face like a kiss of death.
You are a complicated individual, Zaid Masani.
You bet your sweet Asari ass. Here's the thing, beautiful. I've had a few drinks. You've had a few drinks.
I haven't.
Right. Still, what do you say that we sit by that fireplace and snuggle?
You've never struck me as the snuggling type.
Even a ruthless killer's got to have a soft side. And I can see from here you definitely have a soft side. Come on.
No.
Well, that's clear enough.
Мы просто решили оттянуться после того пиздеца. Вообще мы должны были устроить эту вечеринку до того, как началась хуйня в баре. Вот, перенесли ее.
We could just talk. I'm sure you've got a few stories to tell.
Almost 1,000 years worth.
I'd like to hear them.
Не, все дело, большая часть DLC уже пройдена, осталось только вот конец.
Jessie. Oh, Jessie was beautiful. Once you've experienced a love like that.
Did you and Jesse have children?
Oh, no. Jessie was my rifle. But also my best friend.
You know, Zaid, there's nothing wrong with silence between two friends.
Oh, got it.
Shepard?
Так, тут тоже закончили. В бассе...
So, you're leading the Grissom Academy students?
Yeah. That a problem?
Just a surprise. Your psych profile suggested you were mainly interested in yourself.
You're telling me I'm only interested in myself? Oh, that's just fucking perfect. Did it occur to you that maybe I'm trying to grow as a goddamn person?
Oh, I could tell you were growing. I assumed it was whatever that is you're wearing.
Oh, these? Well, yeah. They were strapped down with a leather belt before. It's kind of a stupid move to show off your rack in the middle of a maximum security prison ship.
I never had the pleasure.
You'd never survive. You might break a nail.
You have no idea what I'm capable of.
You're a spoiled rich girl cheerleader.
Victim.
Test tube clone princess.
I think it's past your bedtime.
Oh, did I hit a nerve? I didn't get to read your psych profile.
Ladies, I see we've all gotten enough to drink.
Relax, Shepard. I'm not gonna smear the walls with her this time.
Когда у меня хотя бы раз в жизни маникюр был, лол.
Worse to do to her than that haircut.
Hey, cheerleader. My hair and I have been fighting brutes and marauders on the front lines of this war. Meanwhile, you got your big bubbly butt kicked by some guy with a sword.
You see, Shepard? Best of friends.
Давайте мириться.
Honestly, I thought it might help if you two just kissed and got it over with.
What?
I mean, this is all just sexual tension, right? Two powerful biotics, forceful personalities, confident in their sexuality.
You are shitting me.
Oh my god.
I'm ready to record. I'm pretty sure there's a market for this.
Kasumi, I will find you and I will hurt you badly. Ugh. I need another drink.
One for me too. No ice.
Don't worry, Shepard. The cheerleader and I are just messing around.
You sure? You two seem pretty serious.
Nah. She fights better when she's pissed off. I'm just trying to keep her primed.
С кем? У кого? Да может сами намешали. Я зря что ли 100 кредитов на еду потратила.
Alright, Jack. I hate to say it, but Cerberus was wrong about you.
No shit.
You're still violent and maladjusted. But the elusive man never would have predicted you'd bond with the Grissom Academy kids.
Ну или Шепард за кадром
You are
разносит.
despite everything Cerberus did to you. I find that extremely admirable.
Wow. Thanks. I still really hate you, but you have fantastic tits.
Alright, I can live with that. We're not gonna hug or anything, are we?
You wish.
Инвизная тян, но она типа скрытная, супер скрытная стелс-воровка. Специально тавтологично говорю.
Shepard, there you are.
Shepard?
Так, второй этаж остался. Тут никто не спрятался, я вроде проверяла уже.
Specialist trainer, may I ask you a question?
You could ask me anything, Edie.
When you believed me to be a simple VI, you made comments about my voice.
Oh no.
Should I find somewhere else to be?
No! No. I wanted to ask you about... weren't you saying something about the Normandy's drive core?
No.
Could you
I wish to understand why you find my voice sexually attractive.
Oh, that was a while ago. I can't even remember what I said exactly.
She does.
Would you like me to play back my recordings of your statements?
So true.
Tali, please stop helping.
Она не сделала себя, она просто в готовую тёлку себя всандалила.
This is a really good cheese, Shepard. I put some in through the filters. Is it organic?
On one occasion, you said that you wanted to, quote, pin my voice against the wall and run your tongue along its collarbone.
Well, there's a context there that you were talking about quantum entanglement and
Привет, Джесс, Дэвид Кул.
You were an AI.
There's some kind of herb in the cheese that I can't quite place. Is it sage or basil?
Anyway, I was just joking. You know, stress of the retrofits and...
Really? My diagnostics suggested that you were genuinely aroused.
It's really rare to get herbed dextro cheeses. The Turians almost never bother.
Нет, она была не
You
секс-роботом.
have diagnostics. Cerberus programmed you
А,
to
да
check
ничего
body
страшного.
language.
I get more reliable results measuring pupil dilation and thermal readings of erogenous zones.
Oh, good lord.
Wait, this is dextro cheese, right? Kira, did I forget to scan the cheese? This is why I don't drink.
Fair's fair, Trainer. Edie has a right to ask about what you said.
I was very interested in Trainer's ability to develop sexual feelings for what was, at the time, a bodiless voice.
You are all terrible. Edie, I apologize for saying that I wanted to roll naked with your voice in satin sheets.
Oh, I was not offended. In fact, it was flattering.
Even the part where I wanted to grab your voice by the hair and nibble my way down its back.
I do not, in fact, remember you saying that, Samantha.
Oh, that wasn't out loud. Never mind.
Don't mind me. I'm just going to run a toxin treatment program, so I don't die.
А, насчет типа пошли смешнее, в этом DLC, наверное, просто хотели хотя бы немножечко веселого настроя и такого вот расслабона перед финальным пиздецом в качестве, ну, некого прощания с героями. Поэтому тут все такие, ну вот да, вот фан-сервис, идеальное описание.
I'm just going to sit here quietly and hope someone changes the subject.
Awkward?
Awkward.
Я уйду, они опять будут про это говорить? Или я недостаточно далеко ушла? Но здесь вот именно... Именно все это DLC, оно вот прям как, ну не знаю... Прощание, что ли, с трилогией, наверное. Чтобы теплый... О, я отражаюсь. Прикольно, я не знала.
Well, that was mortifying.
Tell me about it.
You need not be embarrassed. Sexual attraction is natural for organics. And given your orientation and interest in synthetics...
Скандерте по жопе, так говорят.
Stop talking about this whenever you like.
I practically poisoned myself with cheese trying to change the subject.
If you are interested, I have a list of extranet sites involving romantic relationships between organics and synthetics.
No! No, 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 no! No! You can't even... No! Oh, okay, sure. Send it my way.
Ew.
Но в зеркале. Я не знаю, почему меня всегда в щенячий восторг приводит факт того, что я отражаюсь в игре в зеркале. Не знаю, вроде давно такое приемлемо. Такое, о, зеркало, о, это я. Я в зеркале, ГГ. Так, закончили.
Absolutely. Biotics are impressive. I'm not saying they aren't.
You're just saying that they're not that impressive.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. Oh, shit.
No, it's fine. I'm sure no one here is insulted.
Maybe.
What are you trying to say, James?
I'm just saying. What I'm trying to say is... I mean, check out these guns. Biotics can't give you this kind of fine instrument. The peak physical form that you see before you.
Okay, you work for it. I get that.
I'll have you know that my physical conditioning is top rate.
I mean it. Check me out.
Not sure if I can tell just by looking.
Come on in closer. Don't be shy.
Yeah, don't be shy.
Ляра стоит, фейспалмит.
Hey, what's going on here? Everyone playing nice?
Of course, Shepard. James was just explaining how physical conditioning trumps biotics.
Really? You going there, James?
Come on, Loco. You have to go with me on this one. Biotics are strong, but unpredictable. All that cooling down.
Shepard, where did you find this guy?
A person can improve their physique.
Бля, братан, мы поняли, что ты дрочишься перед зеркалом.
He's joking. Right, James? I mean, what's your point exactly?
Okay. Maybe it's not conditioning exactly. Maybe it's just the condition of one James Vega. Come on, Ashley. Check it out. This guy here never has to cool down. In fact, the hotter, the better.
Hilarious.
Just hush and do some sit-ups.
Kasumi.
Just looking.
Goddess.
Поддержать фильм. Не, тут выбор
James, this
очевиден.
is a no-brainer. Biotics win, hands down. We're talking about harnessing dark energy here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Look around you. That had to be an argument you couldn't win.
It's okay, man.
Yeah, well, you win some, you lose some. Ashley, you couldn't back me up?
Not without closer inspection.
Yeah? Huh. I think I can make that happen.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Видимо, есть немного здравомыслия.
Help yourselves.
Сейчас бы чесночный греночек.
When you were younger, you ever just throw people around for fun?
People?
You know, people, things, stuff. Pets, cars, whatever.
Of course not.
Oh yeah, all the time.
А если бы спокойная вечеринка была, они бы о другом говорили? О, мне кажется, мы все умрем. Да, тут я с тобой согласен.
Your guests appear to be enjoying themselves, Commander. What shall I do now?
Танцы!
Let's turn up the music and get some people dancing.
Very good, Commander. I have had little opportunity to use my bounce and spin functionality.
О, пошел разврат.
Jeff,
Yes, Edie.
at social events like this, it is customary to dance with friends or loved ones.
Привет,
Would you
продабол.
dance with me?
It's gonna take a lot more than a polite request to make that happen, Edie.
I have recordings of you talking in your sleep that would make for a highly amusing extranet video.
Okay, that's cheating.
So we won't dance with you, huh?
Hello, Shepard. You will not.
Well, I will.
Просто посмотри на этого человека. Привет, Дальчадажа.
Well, then maybe you should dance with him.
Other people are dancing, Jeff.
Yes, they are.
Блин,
I am
титры не
sitting
видно.
here enjoying my drink.
Пошли танцевать.
Joker.
No.
Come on.
No.
Seriously?
Ugh. Fine.
dancing is often considered pleasurable, Jeff.
Well, not for me.
Perhaps you've just never found the right partner. Are you having fun?
Kind of.
Excellent. Your dancing closely resembles Shepard's.
Oh, low blow.
Кто-то смеялся Ирла. Недели 2 назад, наверное.
Hey, Edie, check this out. Oh, fingers.
Very impressive. Your central nervous system is well coordinated given your inebriation.
Looks like you're not the only dancing machine at this party. Am I right?
Jeff,
Yes, Edie.
that was a very bad joke.
I love you too, Edie. What's up, Commander?
Dancing during wartime wastes precious energy.
Can't dance myself. I move like a greased, one-legged Varan. Not a pretty picture.
Интересно, как про танцы танцуешь?
So here's where the party's at.
Goddamn right. Come to hang out with the popular kids, Shepard.
Easier to talk back here. What do you think of the music? Great? Bad? What? Not as good as in your cycle, eh, Javik? Am I right?
Not even remotely.
Knew it.
Oh, maybe we can leg wrestle later.
Leg wrestle?
To a perfect evening.
Sure, absolutely.
Дёкс, присоединяйся к вечеринке, чё сидишь?
I got a this.
Hello, Shepard.
This was nice, you know?
Ты стоишь
Sure.
или ты танцуешь?
Don't get much of that.
If we are not completely annihilated
Посмотрим,
by
Гордон, я хотела бы
the
сегодня, не
galaxy
знаю.
decimated for thousands of years, then we should do this again.
Hey, Shepard.
Shepard?
Смотри, как там Таля хуячит.
You should bring out those moves more often, trainer.
You and I dancing at the same time? Too dangerous. We'd light the room on fire.
This is unexpected. And fun.
I'm always amazed humans can dance with the way your legs bend.
The way our legs bend.
Yes, you and the Asari. I'm surprised you don't tip over.
I don't tip over until I found company, dog legs. Till then, watch and learn.
Да не, нормально, Гарус. Мне очень нравится.
Go for it.
Captain on deck!
Has he always been like this?
Shepard is saving the galaxy. You have to forgive a few eccentricities.
It's very enthusiastic.
It is impressive.
We should record this and broadcast it for the Reapers. They'll either run away, melt down, or fall in love.
Good to see some things don't change.
Well, I like it, Commander. It's good to see you cut loose now and then.
Thank you all for your loyalty and support.
Really? You have them all memorized?
67. Holmium. Very reactive. Very magnetic.
Turian parties almost never end with someone reciting the elements.
68. Erbium. Atomic weight 167 and change.
Nice. My turn. 69.
In your dreams.
What? I don't get it.
I'll explain it later.
It's thulium, in case anyone cared. Turians have trace amounts in our skin. Protects us from solar radiation.
Nerd!
Taking a wild guess here, Shepard, but whatever you're serving is starting to kick in. Has the aura always been so blue?
Блу да буди да будай.
Commander?
Так, тут спокойно. Блин, мимо этого водопада надо поосторожнее ходить. Я прям жду, когда кто-нибудь тайком сюда залезет. В грязных трусах. А вон, маленький нашвинячился, как дурак. А ты, Юбашушу, правда можешь хардбар? Блин, да это даже тогда было кринжово. Маленький, ты чё?
Grunt, you okay?
What? Yeah.
Привет, Гост.
Excellent. Go back
Я
to
каждый раз как дурак свинячусь.
It was broken when I got here. Where is it supposed to? Oh. Down here. Let us. Are you a wizard? Is what is over me? Turn it. Charge! Give me more.
What's that, Grunt?
Give me more. Give me more. Fish dog food shot. Shotgun. Every time. I found this blue rock really alright. Space cowboy. Me.
Ты Space Cowboy.
I'm a pretty bird. Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am.
You must be talking to me. Ooh, duct tape. They don't look like birds. They look like cats. I am the law. C4 AM.
Боюсь представить, о чем он сейчас.
Sad Hanar can't wear sweaters. What are clowns hiding?
Так, он вроде все зациклился. Бля, братан. Все, хорош, не могу, плохо.
Could not.
Could too. You've seen biotics in action.
I could float you off this balcony without breaking a sweat.
Oh, I know you could, but do you have the cojones to actually do it? Any of you?
What a guy. Buckle up, brother.
James, seriously?
Ляр, давай.
Shepard.
What's up?
Just demonstrating a little biotic supremacy.
You okay, James?
Yeah, this is trippy. I'm kind of buzzing all over.
Exactly. Nice, right? I can feel that way on a whim.
Do you find it relaxing?
Kinda. Among other things.
Looks good on you.
I'm glad you lost that bet, James. When's my turn?
Careful. I need my full crew back when the night's over.
Okay, you've had your fun. Put me down now.
Come on, let's dance.
Ну, Ляра тоже такой себе танцор.
Wonderful party, Shepard. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Glad you came.
Strange to see everyone in one place. Perfect, really.
Странно, потому что в Лазаре они вроде нормально так.
Hey, Shepard.
Танцевал, нет?
It feels so good to let loose, doesn't it?
Gotta work it out somehow.
It does. I'm usually pretty crap at this. This and baking. I can't figure it out.
I know what you mean.
Я бы не назвала это танцами. Пердобол, ты вообще о них не должен знать. Чё? Блядь.
Hey, you two. What's up?
Nothing.
Really?
No, Shepard, we're fine.
Lieutenant, did you just giggle?
I did not just giggle. I'm just, you know, Shepard, can we help you with anything?
Замутить, поддержать, завести интрижку, поддержать. Фу.
Looks like you guys are having fun. Sorry to interrupt. I should probably go check on Glyph or something.
See you later, Shepard.
Надо двери закрыть в спальне.
Shepard, there you are.
Ashley, tú con tantas curvas y yo sin frenos.
What was that? Say that again.
Ashley, tú con tantas curvas y yo sin frenos.
Он тебя шлюхой по-польски назвал. А? А вообще как переводится? Он там что-то про любовь говорит?
Tú con tantas curvas.
Ну это аморе какое-то, наверное, не? Ми аморе? Про изгибы? А, типа curve. Curves. Так. Чё, заебали, сваливайте нахуй.
Hey, everyone. Come over here for a minute. Let's get a photo to remember this. Arrange yourselves on the sofa.
An excellent suggestion, Shepard.
Great idea. I want a copy.
Make way! Make way!
Thanks for coming, everyone. Here's to us. Ready, Glyph?
Of course. If you could all please direct your attention this way.
А чё, кого забыла?
Okay. Everyone say Normandy.
Норманди! Косуми в моих трусах, а... Не, ну Джек, она как сидела на бильярдном столе, так и сидела. Все засрали, блядь.
Ugh, what a night. But look who's here.
Is it morning already?
Good morning. I love watching you wake up. Let's see if anyone else is up.
А это андерсонская хуйня? И контента скурвился. По-моему, так было, не?
Shepard, hope you're well. New mission on Tuchanka could end things.
Oh.
Made preparations. Asked friends in STG to leave this with you next time you were off duty. Some of my older work. Performances, stories, merely entertainment. But entertainment useful at times. Good luck.
Ха, обоссался, лох.
Is it time to rule the galaxy now? Kneel before Javik. I had a dream. 50,000 years had passed. It was horrible. I was alone. Primitives had evolved. They ruled the galaxy. Solarians, Turians, the Asari. There was one, Liara. She had those eyes and voice. She was blue. No, it was just a dream. I smelled primitives. It was no dream.
Или не все?
Did we, break anything last night? I don't suppose you need anything around here. Calibrated. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should just stop saying that word. But only if Liara stops saying, by the goddess.
Я не знала, что турианцы могут так высоко разговаривать.
Good thing this place has extra bathrooms. Miranda takes forever to do her hair. You'd think with her genes, she wouldn't need to.
Was someone making tea? I could use some tea. The apartment seems so quiet now.
С похмельем поехали разбираться с Кайлином. В итоге, блядь, вся команда полегла, потому что похмелье и все, бэтэндинг.
Morning, Chef. You went all out with the breakfast supplies. I didn't know you could get real milk on the Citadel. I had some. Thought it was soy.
Днище пробила?
I'm not really lactose intolerant. I just don't put up with lactose's stupid drama. In case I don't see you again, thanks. That was a lot of fun.
Потому что больше мне никто не нравится, Games for One.
I should go. Stupid dairy products. Hey. Hey.
Что звучит более-менее реалистично? Это я что такое говорила? Или ты про что? Ой, чуть на Самару не наступила. Медитирует.
Shepard, good morning.
А, ты про похмелье. Понял.
I want to thank you for inviting me here.
И про
It
бэтэндинг.
was good to see everyone again.
Заметила,
I
что?
hope you enjoyed your evening as well.
Не, Грант где-то в другом месте. Нарядного глифа. Но он тогда был нарядным.
The apartment seems so quiet now. The apartment seems so quiet now.
Бабочка. Не, нихуя не заметила. Я думала, он будет цветным с гирляндами, как елка.
I am going to die. I didn't know you could go through that many toxin filters in one night.
Тали, тату. А это...
Do I have a tattoo? I remember something about a tattoo. Don't get me wrong. Great party, but... yeah. I'll just be here. Right here. Forever.
Так, тут косоми только.
Hey, Commander. Hell of a night.
А, вон они куда повесили фото.
So I've managed not to throw up. Feeling pretty good about that. Oh, if everyone could just not talk so loudly, that would be great. Or close the cupboards too loud. Or walk too loud. You know, just think quiet thoughts. Still fun,
Спокойной
though.
ночи, Сора.
Commander.
Been a while since I hit the hard stuff. About time. You live past 700. You start paying for a night like that the next morning. Huh?
Shepard, good to see you up. Hope I didn't wake anyone up with my snoring. I go like a buzzsaw since I got my nose broke. By the way, you're almost out of bacon. Our bacon, anyway. There's still some of that dextrose shit in the freezer. I saved you 3 strips. Figured it was fair payback for all the times you saved mine, right? Shepard? Shepard?
Morning, Shepard. Hope you slept well. Oh, I would have thought all those tequila shots with James would have prepared me for last night. What a night. Wish it never ended. Thanks, Shepard. Thanks, Shepard.
Some neighbors came by last night to complain about the noise. I put their bodies in the building incinerator.
Спасибо.
That was a joke. I have nothing else to report. I recommend breakfast.
Так, на кухне много людей. О, пресс-качат.
Shepard, I was just going to lift some weights. Want to join? I feel fantastic. How about everyone else?
Это DLC перед финальными миссиями, да.
1085, 1086, 1087.
Да ты врешь, раз 30 только.
Shepard,
Наверняка покачался.
You look like shit. You know the best part of an overcharged biotic amp? No hangovers. Even normal biotics get hangovers, but I can drink until I puke and still wake up just peachy. That was fun. You guys even kept up with me there for a while. Hey.
Грантик, ты как?
I think I broke my head on something last night. Bathroom is all cleaned up, Shepard. Good as new. Shepard. Shepard.
Morning, Shepard. Had a lovely time last night. I see everyone survived the festivities, more or less.
Так, возможно, какой-нибудь желудочный сок у Кроганов, он как Доместос у людей.
Good tea.
Ля, ты что там жаришь? Хуйню якусь.
Shepard. Morning. I need a floor to curl up on. Oh, not so loud. Hey. Hey.
Okay, who wants eggs? Liara, eggs? Trainer. Esteban, eggs? Joker, where is that guy? Ash, come on.
Блин,
I promised
Троландес.
you eggs. Rex, buddy, eggs.
Начос скорее.
Callie? Nah, she'll definitely want eggs. Javik, man, you gotta try my eggs. Anyone else? Miranda. Shepard, eggs. Shepard.
Так, никого не забыла. О, стоит.
So last night I didn't do anything, did I? I'm checking extranet sites. No hits yet, so maybe I just imagined that last part.
Я в свое время переела жареных яиц, не хочу.
I'm almost sure someone was recording us though. Oh, I should probably talk to Edie. Or alternatively, I should never talk to Edie ever again. It's not my fault. I was overserved. Hey. Hey.
Так, ну теперь, наверное, точно все. Тут качаются. Мяу.
Duty calls, huh? Even with a hangover?
There's still a war on.
Unless the Reapers are on shore leave too?
Ух.
I'm guessing they're not. Round everyone up, pass out the aspirin, and have them report to the Normandy.
You got it.
Аспирин правда помогает от похмелья? У меня просто обычно такого не бывает. У меня просто желудок себя не очень хорошо чувствует, а голова не болит и слабости нет. Но аспирин кровь разжижает. А, чтобы голова не болела.
I suppose it's back to the fight.
At least we threw one hell of a party. Probably the last one.
You may be right. But whatever happens, I know you'll see this through. And I'll be right there with you. We've been through a lot, haven't we? But it's been a good ride.
The best.
Но в том-то дело, что ты ешь, чтобы успокоить все внутри, не помогает, надо только время. Хотя, мне кажется, это просто из-за закуски. Я обычно голодная пить начинаю, и там буквально сыром перекусишь, каким-нибудь рыбой. И потом неудивительно, что на следующий день все не очень хорошо. Блин, сори. Работа без отдыха. Шепард, сейчас, когда у нас появилась небольшая передышка на цитадели, я хотела бы поделиться с тобой кое-чем. Паркуй челнок у Сильверсон Стрип. Встретимся там. Спасибо большое, спасибо большое, спасибо большое, спасибо большое, спасибо большое, спасибо большое. И спасибо, Мосберг. И спасибо. И спасибо. Учитывая всю эту возню с самозванцами, я хотела бы обсудить с тобой одну вещь. Встретимся в баре казино. Тебе страшно? Давай оторвемся. Шепард, ну что, Нормандия в доке? Отличный шанс затусить и попасть в парочку передряг. Встретимся около игровой зоны на основном уровне, если ты участвуешь. А, ну вот, он после. Видимо, надо будет еще раз ездить. Капитан Шепард, в связи с инцидентом, в котором фигурировал Кроган, идентифицированный как Грант, нам необходимо ваше присутствие. Пожалуйста, обратитесь к патрульному офицеру СБЦ в Сильверсон Стрип за дополнительной информацией. Поминальная служба. Капитан, я был несколько удивлен звонком из совета. Они хотят провести то, что вы, люди, называете поминальной службой. Не так важно, где она пройдет, важно, кто посетит ее. Мне хотелось бы, чтобы вы были там, как и вся команда Нормандии, знавшая моего отца. Мне известно, что по человеческим традициям люди говорят о мертвых хорошие слова. Думаю, будет разумно, если вы возьмете на себя эту часть в качестве командира Нормандии. Признаюсь, я немного взволнован. Мой образ может вызвать нежелательные воспоминания у всех присутствующих. Спасибо, для меня это будет много значить. Тейна еще поминать. Спасибо, спасибо.
Human with the hot robot.
Hot? A hot robot? Really?
You serious? You're the one standing here drooling over some car.
Well, at least his robot friend had taste in cars.
Nice.
Welcome aboard, Shepard.
So where are we going?
Activating external cameras.
I didn't know this shuttle had virtual windows.
Bet there's more you don't know about this bird.
What's that supposed to mean?
Before Mass Effect Fields, there was no such thing as inertial dampeners.
Yeah?
Here, feel this.
Whoa!
Cruella,
That,
наверное.
my friend, is unadulterated momentum. Want to really feel it?
Давай.
Show me.
Cruella сильная, а как Шапокляк выглядела, я не помню.
You see? Doesn't take much to pull a few G's. Back in the day, pilots would wear G-suits. It squeezes your body so that the blood stays in your head in tight maneuvers. I'd wear a G-suit when flying my Trident. In a fighter, it's common to transfer power from the inertial dampeners to other systems.
You miss flying fighters? Can't imagine you're too thrilled to be flying a shuttle.
Hell no. I'm not just any shuttle pilot. I'm your shuttle pilot. Wouldn't have it any other way. When you're on the ground, weapon in hand, you're invincible.
Ты уже задавал вопрос
But when we're
касательно
approaching an
Лоста.
LZ, you're just another soldier. Vulnerable. Nothing you can do if we're shot down. Getting you to the ground alive is a responsibility I wouldn't trust to anyone else.
Я тоже.
I'm fortunate to have you, Steve.
Anytime, Shepard.
Спокойной ночи. Джейкоб Эшли. Вот я насчет поминальной службы не знаю, это на самой цитадели. Но, мы сейчас тоже на цитадели, но я имею в виду на той, которая не DLC-шная. Офицер СБЦ.
So I'm deployed to a hotspot on Bavaria. My usual squad's on medical, so I'm stuck with any N7s who are nearby. I just wanted a nice, smooth mission. You know, professional. Ended up a damn train wreck. We're fighting for the fate of the galaxy. You'd think we could handle one mission as a coherent fighting unit.
Squad baby goat. Random group. Never good.
Officer, someone requested my presence concerning an incident with the Krogan.
Right this way, Commander.
Лапшичная.
So, Grunt. Anything you want to tell me about?
This clown wants to take me to lockup. Figured I'd give you a call, straighten this out.
Commander Shepard, I apologize for the intrusion. This Krogan insisted we contact you.
It's okay. I'll vouch for him. I'll sign any paperwork you have, officer.
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I don't know. Drank a bit, left the hospital, broke a few windows.
Ты поправился?
But you were in that hospital recovering from the Rachni encounter.
Yeah, didn't feel like sticking around.
Most people stick around long enough to, you know, heal.
Most people aren't me.
And why is CSEC here?
Guess they're precious about some broken glass.
Вчера Мосберг. Кто-нибудь пострадал?
Before I sign you up, everybody walked away from this in one piece, right?
Sure, yeah, everybody's fine. Hospital's seen better days, though.
Right. Tell me about the windows.
A couple of squad mates broke me out for my birthday. Tried lowering me down the side of the building on a rope. It didn't work out.
It's your birthday?
No, I'm tank bred, remember? Anyway, we got some pictures on the Krogan Memorial.
In the Presidium?
Yeah, when CSEC got there, they were mad. Or maybe they were mad about their car being on fire. Can't remember.
Why was it on fire?
I threw my bottle of ring call at it. Pretty strong stuff. Went up like a bonfire. The CSEC guys jumped out. Then I figured they didn't want it, so I took it. We didn't get very far before they shut us down. Sprayed us down with riot foam. Didn't work so well on me.
And why's that?
'Cause I was on fire. You know, from the car. Come on, Shepard, keep up.
Right. Sorry. So how did they catch you?
Got hungry. Bought some noodles.
Блять, тебе нужно извиниться. Нет, я придумаю историю.
Let me handle this. Officer, this Krogan is part of a secret Spectre task force. Operation Fire Cobra Claw.
Operation Fire Cobra Claw?
That's right. I can take it from here. Send me the bill for any damages.
That's what you've been signing for, Commander. You're lucky, Krogan. Don't let me catch you up here again.
You won't. Thank you, officer. So, how were those noodles?
A little spicy.
I love you, Grunt.
Так, Эшли в баре. Джейкоб в Аркаде. Бар у нас... Ага. Ира, ну я тебя сколько раз просила?
Yes, I know that's where we met, but that night was very special to me too, but... It's closed. No, really, it's true. Yeah.
Почему Мосберг?
No, I don't think they'd let us eat in the room.
Почему уйти? Почему так сказал? Это ж не... казино, бар, подожди. Не туда. Не туда. Не туда. Это по ту сторону было.
Hey, Shepard, over here. Thanks for coming by. Good to see you. What's up?
Out for a little R&R. You?
Exactly. Same thing.
Hey, Jacob, I'm out of credits.
Who are they?
Their parents are MIA. Volunteered to take them on for the weekend, get their minds off things. What about us, Shepard? There's got to be a game of skill in there with our names on it.
Я в деле.
Let's do it.
Great.
Привет, Витас. О нет, только не файтинг
is your
этот
game of skill.
вонючий.
Now, Shepard, I'll try not to embarrass you.
Really? Trash talk? At Shattered Ezo?
Hell yeah, my pride is on the line. Also, these kids look up to me, so I have to take you down.
You're gonna take me down? I don't think so.
Well, step up, Shepard. Although it might be tough not having your squad to carry you.
You're on.
No pressure, Shepard. These people already idolize you. So when you choke, it won't matter.
You're crowding me.
Am I? My bad. Stand back, everyone. Shepard needs extra room to make the magic happen.
Ready? Let's do this.
Что делаю? Играю в игру.
That all you got?
Ой.
You crying yet, Jacob? That pain you feel is me kicking your ass.
Nice one.
Nice one.
Okay.
Я не смог сдержаться.
That's how it's done, kids.
You couldn't just let me win, just once? Come on, Shepard. Let's grab some food. I'm buying.
Так. Насчет бара... блин. Спокойной ночи. Бар, он типа тоже... Я не совсем понимаю. Тут Казиныч. Казиныч и бар. Иаом. Он должен быть ниже этажом или выше, выше. Пошли по лестнице подниматься тогда, наверное, да? Или можно было, наверное, зайти в казино, там выйти на верхнем этаже. Вау, спасибо большое. Привет, Крейзи Рейвен. Привет, ребят, Крейзи Рейвена. Привет, Рома. Спасибо огромное. Привет, Церберус. Привет, Музикламен. Мьюзикла. Так, на нужное место пришла. Вифур, привет. А, ну да, это было прям над этим. Над Казинычем. Ну, бар это там, где наливают. Вот это бар. Но Эшли я тут не вижу. Дэйм Кул Панда тоже привет. Мистер Крапус тоже привет.
Oh, that's brutal.
I know, right? Why do they even bother equipping us with barriers against those guys?
Hey,
Инкиру тоже привет. Вот там кто-то победунь. Саша Фари, привет.
Bit of everything. Served with some humans and one Drell who was really annoying. We'd finished off a wave and were regrouping, and this Justicar and I set off heavy biotic blasts.
Yeah, like you do.
And then the Drell just wades in and starts kicking the air for no reason.
Why the hell did he do that?
I have no idea.
О, Крейзи Рэн, да уже натанцевались. Надо было бы в сюжет ехать, если бы не сообщение на терминале. Ай, блин. Еще что ли выше Эшли в барушнике? Ну ладно. А, маркеры так и остались в той миссии. Со смешиванием.
I'm looking for a Lieutenant Williams. Thanks.
there you are. Ready to see who's the real Spectre and who's the pretender?
А давай.
Whatever you say, Williams. Line them up.
That's what I like to hear. Rules are simple. I take a shot, you take a shot. Hesitate, game over.
This shouldn't take too long.
Uh-huh. Glamorous and beautiful superstar Spectre agent first. Sorry-ass pretender next. What's this? The great and powerful Commander Shepard can't keep up?
Нет, у меня просто ренегатовская фраза
Sometimes
была.
you just gotta let the underdog have its day.
Cut the crap, Commander.
Время на
This is a
отступление.
tactical retreat, so I can prep
Ладно,
my
хорошо,
ambush.
придется, видимо.
Oh, is that what you're calling it? I call it defeat.
Или уже все, веселье закончилось?
My friend doesn't like alliance types.
Buddy, we're right in the middle of something.
I don't like alliance types either.
Rain check?
Yeah.
Так, на этом мои полномочия все. Блин, проблема с поминальной службой. Подарь топать. Потому что я не знаю, где я должна принять участие в поминальной службе. Точнее, где она будет проводиться. Было бы обидно не почтить память ушедшего. Нет, обидно неправильное слово. Неправильно было бы. Так. Сейчас я пробегусь, может здесь где-нибудь маркер будет. Ну точно не тут. Вряд ли в доках хранения. Но если не найду, значит, может, просто упоминание было. Но вряд ли там прям настоятельно просили прийти. Джеймс В-28 доки сидит. Да. Да, он там играет в маджонг. Были. Но точно это делается не в баре. Наверное, при больницах иногда небольшие часовни есть. Может, здесь тоже можно будет куда-нибудь прийти. Странно, на самом деле. Шейк. Что-то, мне кажется, ни черта я не найду. Ну а чё, если приходят... Что-то нет никого. Видимо, Тейну придется остаться без... Ладно, в баре проверь на всякий случай. Когда приходит на почту сообщение о том, что мы тут тебе толстовочку купили, это что-то тогда значит. Джокер, тело. Короче, я хочу с Тейном. Хотя можно, в принципе, альтабнуться, загуглить. О, часто задают такой вопрос. Да, это все в квартире быть должно было. Хотя... Пишут, через терминал можно вызвать на хату пацанов. Надо пойти глянуть, сработает, не сработает. У меня ж не отобрали возможность к себе в квартиру возвращаться. Подожди, я запуталась в доках, сори. Ничего, сейчас мы перекроем атмосферу, витающую в квартире.
Now arriving at docking bay D24.
Мяу. Осталась же возможность, да? Да что опять? Хочу играть. Шепард, что делаешь вечером? Давай, одевайся и встречаемся в казино. Я буду в красном. Игры доброй воли по биотиболу. Шепард, сиэтлские колдуны играют в биотибол с узарским маэстро. Это будет фантастика. А у тебя появилась квартира с отличным экраном. Совпадение? Нам с Джеймсом кажется, что нет. С тебя диван, с нас напитки. Просто маякни. Что с вами? Шепард, сегодня я посмотрела еще один репортаж о тебе и решила, что было бы неплохо узнать, как у тебя дела. Я сейчас на цитадели, и если я чем-то могу помочь, не стесняйся обращаться. Еще шанс? Столкнулась нос к носу с Тисуза. Извини за сорванный обед. Надеюсь, ты дашь мне еще шанс. Освободишься, дай мне знать, я появлюсь. Вечеринка-то не закончилась? Вот, Колят. Нет, давай мы сначала повеселимся, а потом уже шлифанем. По идее, перед вечеринкой. Ну, поздно.
Sorry we're late. Somebody forgot to pick up the cerveza.
Come on in.
That somebody was you.
Didn't say it was. So when's the game?
It's about to start.
Seattle Sorcerers versus Usaru Maestros. Gonna be some intense ball.
Nah, it's just a goodwill game for troop morale. They'll take it easy.
Да будут играть изо всех
In the middle
сил.
of a war with their troops watching, they'll give it their all.
Absolutely. Have you guys seen Derek Rogers' game lately? Man, he and the Sorcerers have been
Спасибо
tearing
большое,
it up.
Келебрем.
Esteban, the Maestros don't lose. Have you seen Tyra Tisanis play? The woman is blue lightning.
Mr. Vega, your love of the Asari team has more to do with how they look than how they play.
Hey, that's not true. Not entirely. Besides, you telling me you don't got the hots for some of the sorcerers?
Okay. Guilty as charged. Who you backing, Shepard?
Я буду выбирать, не буду, помоги.
I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
The Seattle Sorcerers are one of the few human b-ball teams left. I mean, they were on tour when Earth was hit. Since acquiring Donna Novotny from the hackers, they've been completely unstoppable.
Yeah, but most of the Maestros have been playing since before first contact. They'll win this.
I know the Sorcerers have never beaten the Maestros, but they've never been this hungry either. So, Shep, who's it gonna be?
Ладно, Азари пусть ебутся, а мы за колдуну.
You don't bet against the home team.
Mr. Vega, I hope you're hungry for humble pie. When has our commander ever been wrong?
Come on, man, the game's
Постоянно.
Mierda, he was out!
Мierda.
Blind ref.
Yes, they did it! Now pay up.
Hey, why didn't you let me in on the betting?
We weren't exactly betting on who'd win.
We were betting on if you'd pick the winner. And everyone knows you don't bet against Shepard.
Anyway, it was a hell of a game.
Yeah, great evening. Thank you, Shepard.
My pleasure.
Tomorrow comes early. Hasta luego.
Вечеринка все никак не закончится. Так, тренер, потом Самара, потом Колята.
You sure you want to leave that here?
I can't very well bring it back to the Normandy. I'd have nowhere to put it. This place is amazing. Puts the prefabs back on Horizon to shame.
Ой-ой.
And it has a hot tub.
Go ahead.
Cheers! Oh, this is lovely. And good for the sinuses. I might not even need my antihistamine tonight.
You're what?
It's a pill. I'm allergic to dust and cats. And public speaking. I take a proton pump inhibitor for my stomach too. And an inhaler for asthma.
Все хорошо.
You have everything you need to stay healthy?
Just about. The only medication I can't find is sucrocapsinol. My family doctor prescribed it for my headaches.
Sucrocapsinol. That's a sugar pill, Trainer. A placebo.
Oh, that sneaky bastard. And now that you've told me, it probably wouldn't work anyway. There was some scented bath oil out there somewhere. Could you grab it?
Yeah. Here you go.
И бросай туда тостер.
Ours are over here and up here. Hey, do you have a loofah?
A loofah. This is Anderson's apartment, remember? I highly doubt he has a...
Found one. Somebody left an overnight bag with toiletries and massage oils and, you know, girly stuff. Do you know who Kay Sanders is? She has great taste in adjustable massage ones.
Блин, как хорошо, что у меня есть Лярочка. Так. Правда, в пространстве немножко потерялась. Да блин, Шепарду шагу нельзя вступить, чтобы не вмазаться в какой-нибудь роман случайный. Так, Самара, надеюсь, не будет купаться. Тут уже сложно будет резиститься.
I came as quickly as I could. What's wrong?
I didn't mean to worry you. We just didn't get much of a chance to talk at the party.
We've said our farewells, Shepard.
Are we gonna stand on formalities? These big picture windows remind me of our talks in the Normandy's observation lounge.
This view doesn't have quite the same effect as a galaxy of stars, but I can see where it might make one sentimental. I also enjoyed our talks, Shepard. Very much.
Давай поговорим о тебе.
Hey, look what I found. An old issue of Justicar Heroes, May 2140. It says that you personally lifted 50 refugees across a raging floodplain on Nevos after smugglers blew up a dam.
That news source has been known to exaggerate.
So you didn't almost drown while saving a child who had been torn from her mother's grasp?
The smugglers were not so lucky that I survived.
Are there more stories like this?
Perhaps. You might be amused by the June 2085 issue, Justicar Samara, Cold-Blooded Justice Runs Hot. It is not so difficult for me to find stories of your exploits.
Привет, Мосберг, меня зовут Саня, я долбоёб.
I think that you are remarkable, Shepard. When the vids sing your praises and call you a hero, does it make you blush? Do you agree? What do you feel?
Это не имеет значения.
My confidence in myself and my team to get the job done is all that's important. What now?
I am content as we are, Shepard.
Привет, Хёс Смордина.
Let us sit a while longer, even if there is nothing to say.
Это бот не Мосберг настоящий. Так. Нет тебе. И тебе, Мосберг.
We are gathered here to honor the life of Thane Kreos. Thane touched each of our lives in different ways. The Counselor knew him as a hero. The Normandy's crew knew him as a brother in arms, and others as a father, devoted to his son.
Тейн искупил свои грехи. Да, Нихт.
Though his life took him to very dark places, Thane cared for the better angels of our nature. Even when he was terminally ill, he ran through worn-torn streets to reach me because he knew I needed help. You all know the results of that day. An assassin, a professional criminal, gave his life for his galaxy. And now he can rest. Would anyone else like to speak?
What I remember about Thane was his confidence. He told me once about how he remembered everything, even every mistake he made. If I did that, I'd be a nervous wreck. Thane kept it under control.
It's strange, but the last word I'd label Thane with is assassin. And we covered each other in firefights. That makes him a partner.
Thane's last stand was important. But let us also remember why Thane left the Normandy.
Только это
To keep his son
планшетик
away from a
остался.
life of crime. Deeds such as these do not go unnoticed by the universe. They echo in all who hear them. That is why I am here.
Thane took himself seriously, a trait with which I did not always agree. I tried to make him laugh on several occasions. But what I interpreted as a lack of humor was masking a great effort. Thane was turning his life around, in a way few organics do.
The day Thane came onto the Normandy, all Kelly and I knew about him was that he could probably kill us all with a ballpoint pen. But after you got to know him, there wasn't any reason to be afraid. He let you know where you stood. Kolyat, do you,
When I was little, I thought my father had it all figured out. He said men must be loyal to their friends and dangerous to their enemies. But when he prevented me from hurting someone, he had changed. He said enemies and ego are not as important as loved ones. I didn't want to hear it. I was lost. I called him a hypocrite in 1,000 different ways. Said that he was going soft. Now, I think maybe he did have it all figured out. That's all I can say. If anyone would like to continue, we'll be here.
Looks like people are starting to clear out.
Commander, thank you for holding this event. In time, it will be a good memory.
Мне тяжело.
I don't know if I'll be as philosophical about it. It's still kind of raw.
I understand. If you will excuse me, I should take this opportunity to speak with the Counselor.
About what?
He is feeling grateful, and I want to point out there are some Solarian biologists who need funding. If anyone would be able to create a breakthrough in the treatment of Keppel syndrome, it would be them.
Действуй, я помогу.
If you need someone to hold the Counselor's feet to a fire, I'm there.
I appreciate the offer, but Counselor Valorn has recently orated about funding science during wartime. My odds are good. Oh, before I go, I was organizing my father's possessions, and I came upon copies of video messages he tried to send you. I sent them to your extranet address. I hope they help, more than they hurt. Until we meet again, Commander.
Он же сказал, на терминале можно посмотреть. маркер? Почему маркер, кстати, он наверху? Ну-ка. А, понял. Первое.
Shepard, I suppose I should thank you for my freedom. Leaving the Normandy was the right decision. It was saddening to see our crew go their separate ways, but it is better than answering questions in an Alliance interrogation room. I hope this message finds you well. As for me, I have moved into an apartment on the Citadel not far from Kolyat. I think the first attack I had frightened him. I will spare you the details. It seemed very dramatic at the time, but in comparison to the Omega Relay, it was a child's game.
Может быть, раз в 3-4 дня, наверное.
Getting the Alliance to listen to you. Let's keep in touch.
Неделю, наверное.
Sent a message back. I didn't get it. I suppose communications from someone of my reputation would be restricted. The irony is, I am a danger to no one these days. I am even paying taxes on my investments. I can't expect Kolyat to do so if I don't. He is doing better. He has no significant other, and he is temperamental. But he is employed and staying out of crime. I can tell he is serious about changing. It has cost him more than a few friends. Send something back if you can, Shepard. I can only learn so much from news reports about you. I have tried a false identity to try to get this message through to you. We'll see if it works. I have good news and bad. The good news is that Kolyat and I took a few days to visit Earth. Like the shade of her eyes. Shrill sound of chirping stops. I scan the ground. See two tiny bodies locked by claws. Excuse me. As I was saying, we saw a beautiful sunset in New Mexico, and a scorpion eating a cricket. I wish you could have joined us. The bad news is, I fainted and struck my head. Kolyat has convinced me to stay at Huerta Memorial on the Citadel. I will be there from now on. I still don't want to die in a hospital, but it's where the doctors are. And Kolyat. I love him. That means I must trust him. Goodbye, Shepard. Let me say that now, in case I cannot later.
Ого. А вообще, если серьезно говорить про концовку, начиная с отправления на базу Цербера, это рили еще часа 4? Ай! Там еще же они мне сообщения понаприсылали, чтобы увидеться в городе. 4, блин, надо на завтра тогда откладывать это все. Ну, в прямом. Я не вывезу сегодня до конца. Оставлять час? Пусть знает. Миранда. А, Миранда только в казино. Так, это мы слушали. Почему Мосберг? Я не понимаю. У тебя по дням как-то это? Почетным можно, по нечетным нельзя? А это слышал тоже. Когда разреш... Да ладно уж, не надо мне говорить, что ты от меня зависишь каким-то образом. Двигатели Нормандия. Давай покажу вам тоже.
course, the SR2 is much bigger, so they upgraded the ventilation system. More of the...
That's actually what it sounds like.
There is a lot more space now.
But if you move further up, it's more of a...
A what?
You have to imagine my arms are the wings.
Of course. Over by the med bay.
Exactly.
Насвинячилась. Так. Ну да, были. Но там ничего толкового не говорили, чтобы переводить. Там вроде так все понятно было, нет? О, оделась, ты посмотри на нее.
Miranda?
You clean up well, Shepard. Thought we might try an evening out.
Отдых
Sounds
наконец-то.
like you have some time to catch your breath.
I do, just not used to it. Feeling a bit lost. It's kind of sad, really. I got to thinking we needed a break. No point saving the galaxy if we can't enjoy it once in a while.
Неожиданно.
I have to say I'm a bit surprised.
Да вроде такая же, нет?
I thought you might be. I can be... severe.
Она во
You're
второй так же
focused.
вроде выглядела.
Believe me, I understand.
I was thinking about our talk earlier. About having a normal life. Damn, I'm not very good at this. Truth is, Shepard, I'm not very good at being normal either. Bit of a disaster, really.
I get it. We just need a little practice.
Any ideas?
Полно.
Look around you. It's a room full of great ideas.
Here? It's nothing but alcohol, gambling, and wasting time. Right. Need more wine.
Bring the lady more wine.
Oh god. I'm gonna regret this.
We're just friends out on the town. What's the worst that can happen? Come on, partner. Let's start some trouble.
И в итоге ничего не нашли, да? Ну и ладно. Сори. В туалете, возможно. Спасибо большое, спасибо.
Yes, I know that's where we met, but
Спасибо.
Looks exactly the same as the others.
That's exactly the point. Other than a couple small...
Так, после пьянки-гулянки вы мне что-нибудь скажете?
Commander.
Hello, Shepard.
Делают вид, как будто ничего и не было. Ну ладно, Китушкин, ну что ж ты. Ой. Все, вроде со всеми повидались. Гарусу. Что думаешь, он умер?
Not right now.
Нет, он живой. Все как обычно. Так, ну давай тогда, надеюсь, вы не обидитесь, что супер-супер финал миссии останутся на завтра. Стали обниматься, ну не хочет, ну видно не судьба. В общем, пойду отдыхать. Спасибо большое за внимание. Завтра уж точно закончу. Щеки не дуйте, не будьте как я, все обязательно приложится. До свидос и большое спасибо.